Okay, you can go ahead and start, Jovita.
Good morning. My name is Jovita Dominguez, Chair of the Education and Licensing. I'd like to do roll call. Uh, I was appointed by Governor Newsom. President Trujillo?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dolores Trujillo, and I was appointed by Governor Newsom to fulfill the direct care provider role, and I am the current president of the board.
Tricia Nguyen?
Good morning, everyone. Tricia Nguyen. I was appointed by Governor Newsom in a public member role.
EO Lori Melby?
Thank you. I am Loretta or Lori Melby. I'm the board's executive officer appointed by the board.
And Reza Peshuhesh?
Good morning. This is Reza Pejuhesh, BRN Legal Counsel.
Good morning. I believe the first, we will need to go to 2.0 for the general instructions of the teleconferencing meeting for the format. BRN moderator, please.
Good morning. This is the BRN moderator. I will be moderating the meeting. To facilitate public comment, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature, now known as Slido. When the committee reaches a point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," in the question box, which is typically in the lower right of your screen. I will then call on the individual and send the request to unmute their microphone. The individual should be able to unmute and make their comments. I will then proceed to the next member of the public who has a comment. I will also query our on-site location for comments as well. Please note that the question and answer feature is being used only as a means for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. When your turn comes, you will be prompted to unmute. If your question can be answered, the committee will respond accordingly. When making your comment, speak about anything you believe is important for the members to know. Please remember, committee members cannot address any item not on the agenda, items not on the agenda at that moment, items that you would like to add to a future meeting, or items that will be discussed later on the agenda will be discussed at their correct times during the meeting. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item. Finally, when the committee members or BRN staff are not speaking, I would like to remind them to mute their microphone. If I detect background noise during the meeting as a result of unmuted microphones, I will mute your microphone automatically.
Jovita, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. And now we will go to 3.0, BRN moderator for public comment not on the agenda. Items not on the agenda.
Oh, sorry, hold on here. Sorry, we will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, we have no public requests for comments on the WebEx. BRNHQ, thank you. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you very much. That brings us to 4.0, review and vote on whether to approve the previous minutes. Any board members have questions on the board on the minutes? If not,
No.
we can go to motion.
I would like to make a, go ahead.
You go ahead, Dolores. Thanks.
I would like to make a motion to accept the ELC meeting minutes from October 21st, 2025, and allow BRN staff to make non-substantive changes to correct name, misspellings, and or typos that may be discovered in the document. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I'll be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window? Oh, hold on, somebody real quick. Carrie Barnes would like to ask a question. 1 second, please. Carrie, on your computer, probably behind the WebEx or behind any windows that you open will be an unmute me box. It's really small.
Hear me?
Yep, there you go. There you go.
I'm really sorry for the delay. My name is Kari Barnes, and I am a psychiatric nurse practitioner. I'm hoping I am asking this in the right forum. My apologies if not. I just became a psychiatric nurse practitioner in December 2024, graduated from University of Missouri, Kansas City, and found out that my DEA license is not approved for Schedule II. And I had just started a new job. I'm a long-term teacher at City College of San Francisco in the registered nursing department as well. I have been told that the reason that my advanced pharmacology coursework from University of Missouri, Kansas City did not qualify is for two reasons. One is that the California statutes were not included, and two, that the faculty was not doctorally prepared pharmacology expert, like a PharmD. And my understanding is that I'm going to need to take an entire new 3-unit semester course in pharmacology. And I'm confused by this because it seems to me that most of the faculty in California are not doctorally prepared pharmacology experts. And I just started a new practice as an NP, at a practice of 40 physicians. And, they're watching me with a microscope. And so if this is going to come up, it's going to do reputational damage to to nurse practitioners in general. And I am the first to applaud tightening up nursing education, but I teach pharmacology at City College. I guess I'm just wondering what's going on, and is there any other way around this? And I can't get a hold of anybody at the California BRN because every time they call back, I'm seeing patients. So, this is a huge concern, and I would love any guidance at all that you guys can offer. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The first thing I'm going to do is ask you to reach out to me via email. If you're on the rn.ca.com website, you can go ahead and go to contact me. My email address is there, and it's loretta.melby@dca.ca.gov. I will look into this, and we'll be able to get you some assistance with that. Just for some quick clarification, it is not required to have a PhD or a doctorally prepared person teach in a pharmacology course. They just have to be part of the development of the course. So that is a misconception, and we will work to find out where that was to clear that up. Additionally, most of the states do cover the California specific code of regulations as they are very general. So again, if your director of nursing is having a difficult time signing that verification form, then we can, if you can help facilitate that, we'll reach out and have a conversation with her about that. So if your pharmacology verification form is signed by your program director stating that you meet it, you will be able to be licensed with a furnishing license as well as a Schedule II designation for DEA. We should be able to rectify this. We did not tighten up our education requirements. We did not change our education requirements. Those have been there since at least 2019 forward. So if you're running into issues, it's a misunderstanding, and we'll work together to get that cleared up. So please send me an email and we will work with you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Marty Anselmo will be the program director from UMKC that'll probably be in touch. I appreciate it's a lot.
No
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx, and we have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I would like to take it to a vote. I, Jovita Dominguez, votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Trisha Wynn,
Win, yes.
motion carries. Now we will be at 5.0, and I believe Dr. McCarthy is been elevated, and she will lead us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Mary Ann McCarthy. I am a supervising nursing education consultant as well as the liaison to the Education and Licensing Committee. We'll start with agenda item 5.1. This is the discussion and possible action regarding whether to recommend approval for the proposed curriculum revisions and clinical facilities, as well as to acknowledge the receipt of program progress reports. According to board policy, nursing education consultants may review curriculum changes that do not significantly alter the philosophy, objectives, or content, and programs can implement as needed prior to board approval. Nursing programs shall not utilize any agency or facility for clinical experience without prior approval of the board. Each program must submit evidence that it has compiled the requirements set forth by the board, and shall only assign students to facilities that can provide the experiences necessary to meet the program's written objectives for student clinical learning experience. These requests are then reported to the Education and Licensing Committee and to the board for approval. The BRN staff have received and reviewed all documentation for program requests listed in agenda item 5.1. Information on these requests are on the list provided in your materials packet. These are consent agenda items. Thank you.
Any board members have questions? Committee members?
And I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Trisha.
I'd like to move that we recommend approval of the proposed curriculum revisions and clinical facilities and to acknowledge the receipt of program progress reports.
And I
I
second that. Oh,
No,
President.
go ahead,
Trujillo.
Jovita. Go ahead.
BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing in the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
To be clear, this is for any of the schools listed on our agenda under item 5.1. There's quite a few there, so if anyone wants to speak on any of those schools, now's the time. At least as to this particular item.
Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take it to a vote. Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Trisha Wynn.
Win, yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.2, discussion and possible action regarding whether to recommend continuing approval of approved nursing programs. There are two sets of programs on this list. One is continuing approval of pre-licensure nursing programs, and the other one is continuing approval of advanced practice nurse practitioner nursing programs. The BRN staff have reviewed and received all documentation from programs on the list on the agenda item 5.2. This includes 5.2.1 through 5.2.10. Information on these requests are on the list provided in your materials packet. These programs have met all board rules and regulations related to the request and are consent agenda items. Thank you.
Committee members, any questions, or are we ready for a motion?
I can state the motion
Thank
if
you.
there's no questions.
No
Trisha?
question. No
Okay.
questions.
So I would like to make the motion to recommend continuing approval of pre-licensure nursing programs, continuing approval of advanced practice, including nurse practitioner nursing programs. Do I have a second?
I'll be happy to second that motion.
Thank you, Tricia.
BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Sorry, did you want to say something, Reza?
Go ahead and finish.
Okay. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
This is Reza. Just to be clear, is the motion on 5.2.1 through 5.2.10?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So again, now's the time for
Yes, thank you.
any of those. Thanks.
Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRN HQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take it to a vote. Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo,
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Trisha Wynn,
Win, yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to 6.0. The first section under 6.1 is the discussion and possible action regarding pre-licensure nursing programs in non-compliance. The board shall prepare and maintain a list of board-approved nursing schools in California whose graduates, if they have the other necessary qualifications, shall be eligible to apply for licensure to practice nursing in the state of California. The executive officer delegates the board inspection of all nursing schools and written reports of the visits to assigned nursing education consultants. At the conclusion of the comprehensive program review, these reports are presented by the NEC to the board, which shall subsequently approve those schools that meet the requirements provided by the board. Upon receiving this report, the board determines that any board-approved nursing school is not maintaining the standard required by the board. A written notice specifying the noncompliance shall be given to the nursing school. If the noncompliances are not corrected within a reasonable time, the board may remove the approval of the nursing program and provide written notice to of the board's action. So the next three are all programs that are currently in non-compliance, working toward compliance. And the first one is 6.1.1, which is Merit College Associate Degree Nursing Program. They're here every month. They've been in non-compliance since the spring of 2023. Information on this program starts in your packet on page 54. And board moderator, if you would please elevate presenters on the list for Merit College. So at the August 2025 board meeting, Merritt College Associate Degree Nursing Program was placed on warning status for continuing noncompliance with BRN regulations. Merritt is required to return quarterly to the ELC until the program is in full compliance. There was a new director hired in the July of 2025, and the program continues to work towards compliance. The program voluntarily held their admission in the fall of 25 to focus on the success of students who are graduating this spring. Each program writes an executive summary to submit, and this starts on page 55. This item can be information only, or if the committee prefers, it can be changed as needed. Thank you.
I had a quick question.
Go ahead, Tricia.
Thanks, Dr. McCarthy. You know, as I read this agenda item, it seems like it's been a long time since, you know, they entered into non-compliance, but it also seems like they're working really hard to get into compliance and they're doing all the right things. So is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay.
And they're all actually very close. Since they hired, there was very little movement until they hired the new program director
Okay.
in the summer. And since then, there's been marked improvement and qualifications. I think we're waiting on just a finish up of the curriculum for them to come into compliance. I would expect they're going to come into compliance probably by the next ELC and board. That would be my guess.
So if that is the case, Dr. McCarthy, and of course I hope it is, we don't really need to do anything today except just acknowledge that we got this update.
Correct.
Thank
It
you
can be
very much.
information only. You don't have to
Thank
vote
you.
on anything unless you choose
Okay.
to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. McCarthy, I have a question.
Sure.
So it sounds like they're moving towards the requirements to get off the warning status. Is it appropriate to leave them there until all of the work that they need to do is done?
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
that's fine.
Otherwise,
Thank
there's
you.
no way for us to guarantee that it will be done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, I'll provide a little more background into that. So in our regulations, when we have a program that is not making significant improvements to clear their non-compliances, the board is required to give specific instruction on what is required to come into compliance and give them 1 full year to allow for that to happen. And that is done with that warning status with intent to remove program approval. So if for some reason something were to occur in the next few months and we were to remove that warning status today, we would then have to start over. So at this point, they have a year to come into compliance. At the end of that year, after giving clear instruction, if they are not in compliance, the board would have the ability, as outlined in our law, to remove the program approval, and they would no longer be able to offer a nursing program in California. Again, we don't see that happening with this program, but that is how our law is written. And so that is why we ask you not to remove that and allow for the full year to come. At the end of that full year, if the board chose to continue them in a warning status, they totally could. It is not something that says at 1 year, then you must remove their approval. So removing the warning status does not do is not a benefit to anybody. Additionally, what that does is this communicates out to any potential student that this program has had some issues and the board is aware of it. We do update our website and it does show that the school that has a warning status with intent to remove program approval, it is visible and they can take that into consideration on whether or not they want to enroll in a program that is having the significant issues that this program did. Once it is cleared, which again, according to Dr. Mary McCarthy and according to the agenda item summary, it looks like it is in progress. It'll be cleared. They will have a full continued approval status and that will change and be updated and they'll go on for the next at minimum 5 years in that status unless something else were to come up. So they're doing the right thing and it's moving in the right direction. One thing that is not specific to the school that I do want to draw attention to on the top of page 55 is the executive summaries. And so Dr. Marianne McCarthy made mention in there that the executive summary is submitted by the school. We did go ahead and update in the materials and put a text box on the top of each one of the agenda item, each one of the executive summaries that states the information contained in this executive summary was provided by the approved nursing program and represents the program statements and assertions. Sorry, I said that every time. It does not reflect the views and positions or opinions of the Board of Registered Nursing, BRN, and has not been independently verified or fact-checked by the BRN. We did that because what we noticed is even though we know that the executive summary comes from the school and we don't take that in as this is something that is work produced by our NECs, then in a quick Google search, it doesn't come up like that. So in a quick Google search, it looks like this might be something that came from our board. And so we wanted to make sure that that was perfectly clear in each one of the executive summaries. And that is a new thing that has been added for these minutes, these meeting materials this time through and will carry through going forward. Just want to let you guys know. So it does look, thank you guys for asking the questions. This can be treated as information only, and I'll hand this back over to Dr. Marianne McCarthy.
Would we like to treat this as information only?
I
I'm in
would,
favor.
yeah.
Okay.
I will go with the majority, yes.
Okay. We still need to go to public comment, I do believe. And so we will
Thank
do
you.
that. You're welcome.
BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing in the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRN HQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. No need for a vote. So we're going to move on to 6.1.2. This is this discussion and possible action regarding a pre-licensure nursing program in non-compliance. This is Antelope Valley College Associate Degree Nursing Program. They have just come into non-compliance following a continuing approval visit. Information on this program can be found starting on page 61 of your packet. And board moderator, if you would please elevate presenters on the list for Antelope Valley. Antelope Valley had a routine continuing approval visit in October of 2025. During the visit, they were found to have 3 non-compliances. They have cleared 2 of the 3, and the program continues to work on 1424G to bring it into compliance. This regulation is faculty members shall have primary responsibility for developing policies, procedures, planning, organizing, and evaluating all aspects of the program. Each program, as we talked about earlier, writes an executive summary to submit with the materials, and theirs starts on page 62. And the representatives are here should you have specific questions. Thank you.
Committee members, do you have questions about Antelope?
I don't. I feel like they're, I mean, from what I could tell, it looks like they're taking corrective actions and it looks like they're working hard to come into compliance. So I guess, Dr. McCarthy, I would have the same question that I asked last time, which is if we feel like they're making progress, and they'll be, you'll be keeping an eye on them. Do we need to make a motion? I do see this optional motion that they return, to the committee.
Well, you would have to make a motion for this one and the next one because they're new.
Thank you. Okay.
The other one has been on the agenda. They don't have to come every month. That's totally optional, but we just have to make a motion that we're not going to take any action right now because we're going to wait for them to come into compliance. And they are working to come into compliance.
Well, I'm willing to offer that motion unless Chair Trujillo would like to have a question or comment before I do that.
You're on mute, Dolores.
Sorry. I'm looking at their NCLEX pass rates and their attrition, and those numbers look good.
Yeah, they do.
I'm hoping they can come into compliance soon. So, Tricia, if you want to make that motion.
Sure. So I would move and recommend that we defer taking action on the continuing approval status for Antelope Valley College Associate Degree Nursing Program with non-compliances following a BRN continuing approval visit while they work to clear their areas of non-compliance.
I second the motion.
Thank you. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. We'll be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRN HQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I, Jovita Dominguez, votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Tricia Wynn.
Win, yes.
Motion carries. I would like to say on the next agenda that I will abstain from voting on 6.2.1 due to the fact that I am employed by Hartnell.
Okay, well, we're going to go with Madera first for the last non-compliance. And then when we get to Hartnell, again, it is noted that Jovita works for Hartnell and she will abstain from theirs. 6.1.3
Thank you.
is
Sorry.
It's okay. Discussion and possible action regarding pre-licensure nursing programs and non-compliance. This program is Madera Community College Associate Degree Nursing Program, again in non-compliance following a BRN continuing approval visit. Information about Madera can be found starting on page 67. And board moderator, if you could please elevate presenters on the list from Madera Community. A routine continuing approval visit was completed in October of 2025, and Madera Community College was found to be in non-compliance with 2 BRN regulations and 4 related subsections. And in their AIS, you can see the areas of non-compliance in the subsections. It all has to do with, most of it has to do with the administration and organization of the program, making sure they have enough resources, making sure they have adequate faculty, making sure their assistant director is knowledgeable and current and can take over should the director need to be covered for any reason. They also need to work on student participation, allowing students to be active in curriculum, instruction, and evaluation of the program. They are also in process of working on these things because their visit was in October. And the program has also have an executive summary that starts on page 69. The program representatives are here if you have specific questions. Thanks so much.
I have a question.
Sure.
You know, on this one, it did seem just a little bit more kind of complicated administratively, and that, you know, their lack of full-time faculty, and it just seemed a little bit more complicated. Dr. McCarthy, without trying to put you on the spot, do you feel, and I read the letter from them, so it seems like they're taking all the right steps. Do you feel like they're on a good track and they're going to be able to knock out these non-compliances?
Well, our expectation is that everybody does. The whole point is for us to help them get into compliance.
Uh-huh.
So yes, I do believe they will. Nikki is here. She's the program director. If you'd like to pose that question to her. Nikki, if you
Yeah,
could
I'm sure
turn
I'd
on
be
your,
happy to. Yeah, I'd be happy to.
okay. Nikki, if you could turn on your microphone and your camera if possible. There she is.
There we go.
Did you hear
Hi.
the question?
Were you able to hear the question, Nikki, or would you like her to repeat it?
If Ms. Nguyen could repeat the question, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. It did seem like there were just a number of issues involved with your faculty and your administration of the nursing program. And I was wondering, how optimistic are we that you're going to come into full compliance, in a timely manner?
We are very optimistic, although we don't currently have any full-time faculty assigned solely to Madera. 2 full-time positions have been approved. Our first recruitment cycle closed back in October, and the hiring committee has met, and we've submitted the required documentation. And at this time, we're awaiting the release of the applicant materials from our HR department so that interviews can begin. We plan for posting the second position later in the spring 26 semester, and the projected start time for that position would be fall 26 semester.
Thank you. So, Dr. McCarthy, then again, the question is, do we need a motion to defer taking action?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
I'm ready to make that motion. So I'd like to move that we defer taking action on the continuing approval status for Madera Community College Associate Degree Nursing Program with non-compliances following a BRN continuing approval visit while they work to clear the areas of non-compliance.
I second that. This is Dolores Trujillo.
Can I also ask that you consider to do the optional motion as well? This one here
Sure,
has some
yeah.
areas of
I'd be happy
non-compliance
to
as
include
well.
that.
And,
Recommend that Madera return to the ELC and the board in 1 year with quarterly reports to the assigned NEC.
And I second that. This is Dolores Trujillo.
Thank you. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take it to a vote. Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo?
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Trisha Nguyen?
Nguyen, yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 6.2.1, discussion and possible action regarding a request for an enrollment increase for an approved pre-licensure nursing program. So the next section will be programs asking for an enrollment increase. This is Hartnell College Associate Degree Nursing Program, and this is the one that Jovita is going to abstain from. Information on this program can be found started on page 74 of the packet. And board moderator, if you could please elevate presenters on the list for Hartnell. Hartnell College is requesting an enrollment
Real
increase.
quick, Marianne, sorry, this is Reza. Jovita, do you mind just going off camera during this one? Just to kind of be clear on that you're abstaining on it.
Yes,
that's
I
all.
will.
And don't forget to jump back on when we're moving on from this one.
We'll call her.
I will.
All right, Hartnell College is requesting an enrollment increase in Region 5. Their current enrollment pattern is 50 students a year every fall. Their proposed enrollment pattern is 75 students every year in the fall, which is an increase of 25 students annually. The growth data information for Region 5 starts on page 76 of your packet. And this program plans to use space that is currently available within their 20 approved clinical sites. So they do not have a collaboration form for this request. Each program writes an executive summary that's submitted, and that starts on page 77. Representatives are here should you have any questions. Thank you.
Since Jovita isn't here, I'm just gonna pose a question if that's okay.
Of course.
Or a comment, really. I didn't have a question on this one. It's a very modest
Very.
increase. I thought
Mhm.
their scores were high, their attrition rates are low, they have a plan going forward. I was kind of curious why there wasn't there wasn't the grid that we see on the other schools, but I understand that now completely. I'm supportive of this proposal.
Thank you. Yes, we've only required the grids if they are not able to absorb it in their current clinicals.
Okay,
And so for enrollment increases, we look at 16 CCR 1427. In 16 CCR 1427, it says that you must take in consideration the addition of at least one clinical group would have on any additional clinical site. Because this program plans to absorb it based on working through some of their administrative items at the school. It did not affect the community at all, and it did not require any reach out to the clinical sites, as well as reaching out to any schools that are affiliated with those clinical sites. And so there is no collaboration that needs to occur because they are already they are doing their collaboration within their school, getting that worked out. So this was a good one that just shows that the resources are already there and they're not going to have any effect on anything other than their own.
Thank you, Lori.
Mhm.
I don't have any questions. I'm prepared to do a motion.
Yeah,
Unless
please
you have
do.
a question? Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
So this is item 6.2.1. I recommend acceptance of the enrollment increase for our approved pre-licensure nursing programs. Hartnell College Associate Degree Nursing Program. The enrollment number they currently have is 50, I believe, but now they
Mhm.
want to go up to 75 per year. Is that correct? Because I'm not looking
Yes,
at.
and I second that. And I
Okay.
second that. Thank you.
Okay, proposed enrollment pattern, 75 students a year every fall, an increase of 25 students annually.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
BRN moderator, will you take us out to public comment, please?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez there. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. I will go with Board President Trujillo. There are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Patricia Nguyen?
Win, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then we'll just note again that Jovita has abstained. And so Jovita, you can come back on and you could pick us up at 6.2.2 Santa Barbara City College.
Okay, moving forward, 6.2.2, the discussion and possible action regarding a request for an enrollment increase for an approved pre-licensure program. This is Santa Barbara City College Associate Degree Nursing Program. Information on this program can be found on page 83 of the packet. And board moderator, if you would please elevate the presenters on the list for Santa Barbara City. Santa Barbara City is requesting an enrollment increase in Region 5. They currently enroll generic students, 32 students every fall and spring for 64 students annually, and 10 advanced placement students a year in the fall for an enrollment of 10 annually. What they'd like to do is they'd like to increase their generic enrollment only for 42 students every fall and spring, 84 students annually. This is an increase of 20 students annually with no change to the advanced placement. Growth data information for Region 5 is on page 85. And they do have an academic collaboration form, which starts on page 86, as well as their executive summary, which starts on page 87. Thank you.
And then just a quick information on the academic collaboration form. So you guys will see that the top line is grayed out for Santa Barbara City College. That designates that this is their one. And then when they reached out to Cottage Hospital, they found that Westmont and Cal State University Channel Islands additionally used Cottage Hospital. And so what you will see is what the hospital has provided them with information about those other two academic institutions that are utilizing that site. And then you'll be able to see what they did regarding collaboration for that. With an enrollment increase of only asking for an additional 20 students on a yearly basis, they're able to absorb that in all of their clinical sites without causing any issue. With the exception of Cottage Hospital. So Cottage Hospital, they would have to have 10 students on a Wednesday, 7 to 7 on a med-surg unit. And so you will see that Westmont is there on Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and that Cal State is there Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So it does not show that they are conflicting on a Wednesday at all with them, that Wednesday slot is open, that they should be able to use that without conflicts. And that's why you'll see the note over there that says no conflicts. It does show that they did reach out to Westmont with an email exchange on September 16th and confirm that Westmont students will not be negatively impacted by the enrollment increase. And then on Cal State University Channel Islands, they did say that there was not a response, but then on September 18th, following a phone conversation with Cottage Hospital Education Director Shelly Algio, and I'm probably said that wrong, I'm sorry, it was confirmed that no students will be negatively impacted by the enrollment increase. And so what that states there is that Wednesday is open. And so they're taking the open slot at College Hospital for 10 students. The other 10 students in this 20 student increase were able to be absorbed in their own clinical rotations that they already have at this program. And that is why there's only the one clinical facility on this documentation and the two schools that are potentially affected by this and what the outcome of that collaboration is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
I sound like a broken record, but again, this is a very modest increase with a school that has very good numbers. And so, I'm supportive once again of this enrollment increase.
I am too.
Would you
Would
like
you
me
make a
to
motion?
Yeah, I'll make the recommendation. So I move that we recommend acceptance of the enrollment increase for approved pre-licensure nursing programs, Santa Barbara City College Associate Degree Nursing Program, with an increase of 20 students per year in their generic enrollment.
I second, Jovita.
Can we amend that and have you guys
Yeah.
read the enrollment pattern that is very important for the
Oh,
school.
okay, sure,
to follow
sure.
board
Yeah.
action letters. So where it says proposed enrollment pattern, it's very important that we say
Okay.
80 generic enrollment, 42 students in fall and spring to equal 84 annually, which is an increase of 20 students annually. That goes out on our board action letters, and this is a document that the school keeps, and we update our website and everything to reflect that. And so it is important to make that proposed enrollment pattern, if you guys are sticking with that, very clear. So if you can.
Thank you very
revise
much.
that
So,
motion.
so moved. So Jovita, you'll need to second one.
I second that.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing in the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Tricia Wynn.
Win, yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. 6.2.3. This is the discussion and possible action regarding a request for an enrollment increase for an approved pre-licensure nursing program. This is the University of San Diego entry-level master's nursing program. Information on this program can be found starting on page 90 in your packet. And board moderator, if you would please elevate the presenters on the list for University of San Diego. USD is requesting an enrollment increase in Region 10. Their current enrollment is 40 students every fall and 20 students every spring. They're proposing an enrollment of 50 students every fall and 50 students every spring, with an increase of 40 students annually. The growth data information for Region 10 starts on page 92. And this program also has made adjustments. They have reduced their clinical hours and shortened their program by 1 semester, which allows them to absorb all the students that they need without impacting clinical facilities for other programs. So they also do not have a collaboration form because they're going to absorb by shortening and bringing their clinical hours down, but still within board regulation. Each program writes an executive summary, which starts on page 93. If you have any questions, the representatives are here. Thank you.
So just to kind of talk about this region, San Diego has been known to be very impacted. And so when we first received this request for growth, we were like, oh goodness, how is San Diego going to absorb this? And so it was very key that this program worked diligently within what they could to not have any negative effect on any of the other schools in the area and utilize the resources that they already have. And so that again is why you don't see a collaboration form, because they do not need to collaborate any additionally more than what they're already doing with their current enrollment. So by decreasing down to the 500-hour minimum direct patient care, increasing their use of simulation, et cetera, they're able to absorb these in their current clinical rotations. And so that is how we are able to look at this in an area of noted clinical impaction and resources in this area. So we'll ask you guys to consider this.
Well, I mean, I think it's again, a fairly modest increase. I think they are very heads up in terms of making sure they're not negatively affecting programs around them. So again, I think it's a responsible approach, and I am supportive of it.
Yeah, I'm supportive of it also.
Trisha, do you want to make a motion or do you want me
Sure.
to?
Yeah, sure. I'd recommend the acceptance of the enrollment increased for approved pre-licensure nursing programs. University of San Diego entry-level master's degree nursing program. The proposed enrollment pattern would be 50 students every fall semester and 50 students every spring semester, with an increase of 40 students annually.
Jovita Dominguez, seconds. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing in the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Samantha Gerard would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Samantha, you're unmuted. We see that you're able to unmute, but we can't hear you. I'll read your question. It says, annually for how long? And then she apologizes. Her mic is not working.
So the motion was not to limit this for 1 year or 2 years or anything. That was asked to just increase this 20 students annually. So asked to increase it by the I believe it was 50 students on an annual basis. And so their new enrollment pattern will be 50 students twice a year. And that is what they'll be able to continue to do unless they come back in front of our board or unless anything happens in the future and they choose to reduce their enrollment by themselves. So schools are allowed to reduce their enrollment. They are not allowed to increase their enrollment. And so after the vote and the motion passes today, the USD enrollment pattern will be 50 students twice a year for a total of 100 students annually moving forward.
And she says to confirm 100 new students annually. Sorry if you answered that.
Yeah, so right now they enroll 60 students annually at 40 students in the spring and 20 students in the fall. This would be 50 students in the spring, 50 in the fall to be 100 students annually. They are only increasing 40 students this one time, and that will then change their enrollment numbers to being 100 annually going forward, unless they come back in front of the board and ask for an increase, or if they come back in front of the board for any non-compliances, our board could make a motion that would decrease their enrollment at that point. But at this point, after public comment, if our board votes to approve this, they will be taking in 50 students twice a year to equal 100 students.
Is that correct, Samantha? Got it. Thank you. So
This is Reza. So for the commenter, hopefully that clarification is helpful. If you do have concerns about that enrollment pattern, now would be your opportunity to express those to the committee before they make a decision on the motion that's pending. Otherwise, if the committee approves that motion, it would go forward to the board for to make that recommendation effective, at which point you'd have another opportunity to address it, but now would really be the time as the committee is kind of digging into it more deeply.
I know, just to add some clarification, I know that in the past, there has been conversation that that when we say an increase of 40 students annually, that some people believe that is 40 students that they can increase every single year. So that they would do 40 students more this year, they would do 40 students again the next year, they would do 40 students again the next year. And that might have been where that was being asked from, but it's just 40 students annually, period. Just their new enrollment ends up being 100 students total until they come back in front of the board.
And Samantha, for your next question, yes, they have reduced their clinical hours by a semester. Therefore, they're absorbing these students into their current facilities without displacing other programs. Do we have another person, board moderator?
We do. I'm waiting to see if Samantha was going to answer that. Brittany L. Wilson would like to make a comment. Oh, and Samantha says thank you. And 1 second.
Hi, this is Brittany. So Samantha did ask my clarification question that there's a reduction in educational hours, clinical hours, to accommodate the
Yes.
additional students. Okay.
Yes.
So within this process, and this may be outside the purview of this committee, have they surveyed graduates to see? Well, first of all, is the reduction in education? Have they already decided what's going to be removed? And then has there been any kind of query to the graduates of, do they feel like those were fundamental, important educational opportunities that are now going to be missed by 100 students as opposed to I lost track of the numbers, the 80 or whatever that have been going through.
It's okay. I'll jump in really quick and just kind of do this explanation. So in our last sunset bill, that was asked that we as a board reduced our direct patient care clinical hours to 500. That did not decrease the clinical hours overall for the program. So all of our programs are still required to meet the 18 semester units for licensure. And so I guess the clarification to put out here is that the curriculum stays the same. The clinical hours stay the same. It's how they are delivering the clinical hours. Instead of having all 800 or almost 900 clinical hours done in a direct patient care clinical setting, they are able to supplement that with simulation. As long as 500 of those almost 900 clinical hours remain in direct patient care. And so what a lot of our schools started to do is decrease their clinical hours in direct patient care down to 500. They cannot decrease lower than the 18 semester units. That stands. So what that means is that they're doing the evidence-based simulation to add that as a complement to the direct patient care that is being completed. So there is no change to the curriculum that is being delivered to the students. There is no decrease in clinical hours being delivered to the students. What is being done is that the clinical hours that were in direct patient care are now being supplemented with simulation. Hopefully that helps to explain. So the student should not have any negative effect. And in fact, there is a lot of evidence out there throughout the nation that simulation at a 1-to-1 is completely acceptable. And as long as you have at minimum 600 clinical hours. And so in California, we have at a minimum almost 900 clinical hours, with 500 of those being in direct patient care. And so we exceed the national standard in that, and our NCLEX pass rates and students graduating or getting licensed continues to demonstrate that we have the highest NCLEX pass rates in the nation. So we do not foresee that this would be any issue or have any negative effect to the student, as this is evidence-based and something that is being practiced nationwide.
And then, Lori, can you see the comment from Samantha?
I do not. Let me try to open that. I don't see it on my end. I'm probably viewing something incorrectly.
Click on Slido.
The portion of direct and indirect are revised to decrease direct care and increase indirect care. I can see how you're seeing that. Yes. The licensing requirement stands at 18 semester units. That stands for everybody. That's our minimum licensing requirement. When we went to a minimum 500 hour, that puts it at about a 44% SIM. And again, the evidence states 50% SIM in a one-to-one, so we're at about 44% across California if they're able to decrease that. It does not decrease the clinical hours. The clinical hours stand. It's how the clinical hours are delivered. Are they in direct patient care or are they done in a simulated learning environment? All still have to be clinical based, all still have to meet the clinical objectives, and all have to go towards the graduate objectives and have, we track all of that. So they did not do a curriculum change to decrease their clinical hours. What they did was show and demonstrate to us that they are doing at minimum our licensing standard of 500 that has to be met, and that the other hours that are above the 500 direct patient care can be done in any modality that meet their clinical hours, and that is consistent across the board.
Oh, hold on here. Sorry.
So there was a statement that just came through from Brittany. She said about my question, awesome, thank you. Love that response and the innovation to provide what is needed while creating more opportunities for more students. That was really a big focus of us aligning like that. When COVID broke out, we did a quick review of all of the curriculum from all of our schools. And what we realized is because the board registered nursing sets minimum licensing standards, that many were going well above the licensing standards without any clear documentation to benefit. The NCLEX pass rates were just as good in the schools that had 18 units as the schools that offered 24 units of clinical. And so really working with the schools as well as the legislative representatives to create a minimum standard in California. A lot of the asks were to go to 50% SIM. And we heard that at the board, and this was our compromise. The issue with the 50% SIM is we had no baseline. So now we have a baseline. And so it is a baseline of requiring 500 direct patient care hours of the almost 900 hours that are required for licensure.
I'm just waiting for a response. And if not, Committee Chair Dominguez, we have no other requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo?
Lars Trujillo votes yes.
Trisha Wynn?
Wynn, yes.
I do have a question out to you guys before we move on to the next one. It is 11:43. I know I've been approached by a member that we are asking for a quick break. We've been going at this since 10:30, so over an hour at this point. I'd like you to consider with that break that our board staff, even though you guys joined at 10:30, our board staff has been going strong since about 8 o'clock this morning. So instead of a short break, we would request a consideration of a lunch break for our staff, if that is something that you guys would be wanting to entertain. It is close to noon. It's not quite noon. But if you guys are wanting to do that, we can break now for a lunch break and maybe return at about 12:30 if that's something, or 12:45, whatever you guys want to do. And we could pick up at Vanguard 6.2.5.
I am
we-
open to that. Mhm.
6.2.4.
Yeah, 6.2.4,
Oh, sorry.
MiraCosta.
Miracosta,
Yeah.
I apologize. We'll pick up at 6.2.4 at Miracosta. So I guess the deciding ask is at 12:30, 12:45. Do you want 45 minutes or do you want an hour?
12:30 is. Will the staff be able to do
If
45?
we do
or-
12:30, that'll give them a 30-minute lunch. And because 15 minutes is getting everybody back on and getting everything set up and doing mic
Yeah.
and audio checks, right? So then staff would get 30 minutes. If we did until 12:45, staff would get 45 minutes and then 15 minutes to get everybody back on and up and going so that we can do an official start right at 12:45. It's up to you guys.
I don't have a preference.
Whatever is, with the staff, we need to consider the staff. So maybe we should do
We can
12:45.
45 minutes for the staff, which means
Sure.
they would have 15 minutes. So if we return at the meeting will resume at 12:45. We ask board members, committee members, everybody to start back here at 12:30. It'll give us 15 minutes to get everything on and up and going. So break for everybody until 12:30. Start the meeting at 12:45.
Okay,
Thank you guys.
Okay.
Good.
thanks.
And then you can,
Go ahead, Jovita.
there's Lori.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a great lunch. We'll resume. I believe we have to do roll call. Jovita Dominguez present. President Trujillo,
Dolores Trujillo present.
Trisha Wynn,
Joanne present.
Eo Melby,
Present.
and Reza Peshuhesh,
Reza's here.
and Dr. Marianne McCarthy.
I'm here.
All
Welcome
right,
back.
we're all present.
All right, we're going to start off this afternoon with agenda item 6.2.4. And this is discussion and possible action regarding a request for an enrollment increase for an already approved pre-licensure nursing program. This is MiraCosta College Associate Degree Nursing Program. Information on this program can be found starting on page 98 of your packet. And board moderator, if you would please elevate the presenters on the list for MiraCosta. MiraCosta is requesting an enrollment increase in Region 10. Their current enrollment pattern is 60 students annually. 20 are generic students 2 times a year, which equals 40, and then 20 LVN to RN students once a year, giving the 20 and the 40 together to make 60 students. What they're proposing is to, for the generic ADN, they want to do 25 students twice a year, 50 annually, which is an increase of 10 students. And they want to do 28 students once a year, which would be 28 students annually, which is an 8 student increase in the LVN to RN. So they're wanting to increase by 18 students total annually. The growth data information for Region 10 starts on page 100, and their academic collaboration with their facilities is on page 101. And they also, as each program does, has an executive summary that starts on 102. They have representation here, should you have any specific questions. Thank you.
And to provide some clarification on the collaboration form, there is 2 sites that were noticed, Continuing Life Skilled Nursing and Tri-City Medical Center. And what you'll see is that they're looking for only 4 preceptor students in each one of those. It's not a full clinical group. It is 4 precepting students. They call them apprenticeship students. And so what that typically does is a 1-to-1 placement. So the rest of the 18 students that they plan to enroll annually is absorbable into their current clinical rotations and did not require additional clinical spots or groups. One of the things I do want to point out just as an educational piece around doing generic and LVN to RN students, although that type of enrollment is what has been done in the past and can continue to happen, we do have a requirement in our law that even if you had a only generic ADN program or BSN or entry-level master's program, that you would still be required to do education for previous learning experience. You would have to grant like transfer credit, club credit, some kind of credit for that. So even though students are still doing a separation of these are our generic students and these are LVN students, that is not a requirement. And so they could do just an increase, and then they could choose that if I want to increase by 100 students, all of them could be generic, all of them could be LVN to RN step up. They could be a mix of anything that they want them to be. So this is just representative of how a school might determine their resources. When you're looking at an LVN to RN student step up, a lot of times they get clinical credit for like fundamentals or OB or PEDS. And so it might be a resource allocation issue. If they're looking at that, it may not be. But just putting that out there, I know that this is a very specific request that the board is being asked to consider, but that is not a requirement by our board. That is a request from the school. They do not have to separate them out that way.
Rita, I have a comment and maybe a question. I appreciate very much these kinds of proposals that come in front of us that, are modest, and it's a school that's doing really well, and they have done what they needed to do in terms of, getting their ducks in a row in terms of placements and things like that. The one question I had on, the NCLEX scores at this school are great, but the attrition
Fantastic.
rate was kind of all over the place.
Mhm.
And I just wondered what was going on there. I mean, you kind of expected to see it in 2020 and maybe 2021, but it kind of continued. And I just was, kind of curious as to what accounts for that.
So I'm going
Yvette?
to actually redirect just a little bit for you on that one. The 2020, by the time our schools were really affected by that, COVID, we didn't really see a lot of attrition in 2020. They still had adequate clinical sites. And what happened when COVID hit is many of them were able to complete because they'd already met the requirements. And so we would fully expect to see 21 and 22 and
Okay.
potentially even going into 23. So you could see 21, 22, that
Yeah.
attrition year, that's our COVID year. That's our
Okay.
academic COVID year. And then
Okay.
you would see 22, 23 is when clinical sites were starting to finally open back up. Vaccinations were, instead of being a requirement, were being kind of like asked instead of mandated, because we lost a lot of students during the vaccination mandate. And so there was, just to redirect you guys on that when looking at those, the 21, 22 would be the largest effect on attrition, and the 22, 23, you should see it starting to settle back down. And so we're looking where before COVID, after COVID looks to be like their normal numbers. So just to kind of redirect what we saw happen across all of our programs on when that attrition rate really kicked in.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification, Lori. And I will start looking at attrition rates through that lens. But then in 2024, 2025, again, there was another spike of 13.5%. We just don't see that very much, in schools. So just wondering what was going on there.
Yvette, go ahead and address.
Thank you. And so This is a combined attrition rate you're looking at for 24-25. And historically, our attrition rates for our generic RN program or traditional is typically between 5 and 8%. Where we continue to have issues with our attrition rates has to do with our LVN to RN students and programs. We have continually increased and our student support for these students by offering tutoring in every session, in every semester of the program. We have added specialty workshops such as dosage calculation, as well as academic success in nursing programs. So we do closely monitor these attrition rates and are working diligently to add more student resources to help the students. Additionally, we have a nursing retention specialist, and we have increased their hours along with that of tutoring.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
It puts it more to light. This is Jovita. Thank you.
Of course.
So I was going to add one more detail there that just we're seeing across the nation as well as statewide. So you're noticing that LVN to RN, those are ones that are currently licensed. Their attrition rate is a little bit higher. The other thing to take into consideration is immediately post-COVID, there was a lot of burnout or moral fatigue, all that kind of stuff that they would really complain about the post-COVID effects. And so that is something to take into consideration for the current licensees. That could also have been playing into why we might have seen a spike in LVN to RN step up attritions as well, that were not necessarily program specific.
Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead, Trish.
Great. So I move that we recommend acceptance of the enrollment increase for approved pre-licensure nursing programs, Mira Costa College Associate Degree Nursing Program. The proposed enrollment pattern is generic ADN, 25 students twice a year, which is 50 students annually, an increase of 10 students annually, and LVN to RN, 28 students once a year, 28 students annually, an increase of 8 students annually.
I second your motion. This is Dolores Trujillo.
Thank you. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment, please?
We will be opening for public comment now. I'll be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRN HQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Trisha Wynn.
Wynn, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 6.2.5. This is discussion and possible action regarding a request for an enrollment increase for an approved pre-licensure nursing program. This is for Vanguard University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Program. Information on this program can be found starting on page 107 in your packet. Board moderator, if you would please elevate the presenters on the list for Vanguard. Vanguard is requesting an enrollment increase in Region 9. They currently enroll 30 students one time a year for an annual enrollment of 30 students. They're proposing an enrollment pattern to increase to 30 students 2 times a year for an annual enrollment of 60 students. This is a change in the enrollment frequency, adding one additional cohort. So this would increase them by 30 students annually. Their growth data information for Region 9 starts on page 109, and the academic collaboration for this program starts on 110. They have also, as everyone does, submitted a executive summary, which starts on page 112. Representatives are here should you have specific questions. Thank you.
So their NCLEX and attrition rate scores look good. Do they have the faculty to support this?
Yes, we cannot bring anybody forward who is not in full compliance and
Good.
has resources to support.
That's the
Yeah,
only
and on the
question I
bottom
have.
of page 107, it does say that they are positioned to support an additional enrollment cycle with adequate type of number of faculty, and the plan to add 2 additional full-time faculty and 1 staff by 2027. And so that they do address the hiring plans and how they plan to accommodate this. This is a common thing that we notice when people want to go from a annual enrollment to a twice a year enrollment, so that their faculty can potentially stay on as a full-time. Because if they're not rotating through, then they don't pick up that spring semester as well as fall semester, right? They only pick up maybe in spring. So this is usually done to retain clinical sites and retain faculty, but we do have the program director on here if they want to share anything more, if you have additional questions.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I am too. I agree with Dolores. That's a school that's doing well and has good numbers. And again, a modest increase. And they've done all of the collaboration that that we expect them to do. So I'm prepared to support this one.
I agree with you, Trisha. Tovita. The only year was during COVID that they had less than 70, but I mean that's explained through COVID. Are you guys okay if I do a motion then?
Yeah.
I motion to recommend acceptance of the enrollment increase for approval pre-licensure nursing programs, Vanguard University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Program, and increase to 30 students enrolling 2 times per year for annual enrollment of 60 students. This is a change to the enrollment frequency, adding 1 additional cohort, increase 30 students annually. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Thank you,
So,
Trisha.
before we go out to
I'm sorry?
Before we go out to public comment, I do want to make some just some clarification on the collaboration form. I want to draw some attention to it just so you guys are clear of what we're looking at here as well. So on Clever Endeavors and on Newport, this is where the school was able to find out there's no other nursing programs using those sites. And so they were able to document that and say there's no other nursing programs using this site. They did see that CSU Fullerton is using it, but for a non-nursing program. And so that was documented. What does kind of play into concern here is Orange Coast Memorial Medical Center, Aliso Ridge Behavioral Health. Both of those facilities would not give the information of the specific schools and the rotations. And so this is something that we are running into with some of the facilities where they contact to make a clinical agreement with them. They were just told that there's 11 schools. What they were also told is that there's 385 more students at that facility. Their days and hours vary, and they use the med-surg, critical care, and OB units. Can't get a really response when that happens, when you're not given the school's information. And so that's why you'll note that they spoke with the Orange Coast Memorial Medical Center's clinical liaison, who stated that there was no conflict. You'll see that as well with the Aliso Ridge Behavioral Health. So when you go down to the Alzheimer's Family Center, you will see that West Coast University shares that location with them. Again, they were not provided with any clinical details. they reached out to West Coast and have no response. So then they can't do a true collaboration. So on some of the forms that we've seen earlier today, where it showed them choosing Wednesday, it was very clear to say, even though they hadn't heard back from the other schools, that Wednesday was not going to cause a conflict because the other schools that were utilizing that site did not use it on a Wednesday. That is not clear on this collaboration form. So even though, yes, it is a very moderate increase and does not look like it's going to have a direct conflict, I do want to make sure that when you guys are looking at this collaboration form, that the collaboration form does not confirm it from other schools, because the facilities did not give us the adequate information. So we do know that there's potentially 11 schools. We don't know if the 5 schools at Alyssa Ridge are part of that other 11 schools that are using it. But there could be a potential of 16 schools that would be potentially affected by this enrollment increase. So we might hear from them in public comment. We might not, but with the information not being readily available to us from the facilities, it does leave us in these situations where if they do not give us that information, you guys will not have it. We do have the facility partners statement saying that there will be no impact, but there is no way for our NECs to vet this. There's no way for the school to vet this. And we do hope that if there is a conflict, that public comment will bring this forward, because we were not unable to get the information from the facilities. So just wanted to call that attention to it. This collaboration document was not as clear and straightforward as the other ones that we've seen so far. So I just wanted to make sure to highlight that so that you guys, when you are reading this, you guys are aware of what is being done here and why. The big one is why we don't have any jurisdiction over healthcare facilities. We cannot require them to give us this information. We can only ask. And so this is a example of when it was asked and not provided in a manner that is completely usable by our board, but it does give us some details, just doesn't give us all the details. So thank you for that. And if you guys have no further questions or comments, we do have a motion and a second. We can go out to public comment.
Thank you, Lori.
BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Alice Martin Nagara would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, this is Alice Montenegro. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, as a past president and on behalf of the Orange County Long Beach Consortium Board, we would like to make this comment. Vanguard University is a longtime member of the Orange County Long Beach Consortium. The nursing program participates in the consortium clinical placement system with CCPS, and Orange Coast Memorial is one of the facility using the CCPS through the Orange County Long Beach Consortium. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. That's helpful. We will note that for further collaboration, academic collaboration forms, that when we're working with our schools, we will get that specific information and they can put that it's part of the collaboration. You'll see later on in our board meeting materials that San Diego-based school does just that and says that it's using the consortium to ensure that there is no clinical displacement.
Thank you for your comment. Shirley Thomas would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello?
There you go, Shirley.
Hello?
Shirley, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Loretta for establishing the fact that it's very important to know and understand if a school will be impacted, asking for an increase to our facilities, especially now since so many facilities are downsizing because of budgetary means. And that's pretty much what I want to say. So I thank you, Loretta, for making those statements, because it's very important that we are all on the same page when it comes to wanting to increase our student numbers, but also we don't want to impact our fellow facilities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no other requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation on BRN HQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take it to a vote. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Trisha Wynn.
Win, yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 6.2.6. This is discussion and possible action regarding a request for an enrollment increase for an approved pre-licensure nursing program. This is Los Angeles Southwest College Associate Degree Nursing Program. Their information is can be found starting on page 118 of the packet. And board moderator, if you would please elevate the presenters on the list for Los Angeles Southwest. Los Angeles Southwest is also requesting an enrollment increase. Theirs is in Region 8. Their current enrollment is 30 students twice a year, and what they'd like to go to is 40 students twice a year, which would be an increase of 20 students annually. Their growth data information for Region 8 starts on page 120, and their collaboration data is on page 22. Every program writes an executive summary, which starts on page 128. We have program representatives here should you have specific questions. Thank you.
Vita, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Again, a modest increase, which I completely appreciate, with a plan going forward, which is great. Again, I noticed on this one, very high attrition rate, and kind of all over the place. And I hoped that the school might, it's kind of hard to grant an increase when, you know, there's a worry that maybe students aren't being supported. So I do like to ask that question.
Thank you. Indiana, could you turn on your camera and your microphone?
Camera. Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Regarding the attrition rate, that's something that we are actually working on for the last year or so. We have actually implemented tutoring. Our first semester, which is in our district, first semester students does not have the opportunity to repeat the course. So that's another problem in our district. It's like a one strike, you're out. So that affects our attrition rate. Currently, we have implemented a first semester advisor that will be able to focus on the first semester students, and also noting that one of our attrition rate was also in our advanced courses. So we have focused tutoring on our advanced courses, our last semester students, and also our first semester. We're implementing other things within the program because there was a lack of support, and now with funding and college support, we're implementing across the high-risk courses, tutoring workshops, and workshops. So we've actually seen a change since the tutoring, especially in our last semester course, our advanced med surg, because the students struggle a lot with that and they end up with 2 courses in the end. But we're seeing a difference with the attrition rate with right there with our students. So for the last year or so, we've been seeing a difference over the last few semesters of the attrition rate. So with the implementation of focused tutoring on the IRIS courses, and also looking at the first semester where we have a dedicated advisor now looking at those students, because again, if they're unsuccessful in any of those courses that's offered in the first semester, they will not be allowed to repeat a course. So they're actually automatically out of the program, which does affect our attrition rate. And we're actually looking at financial support too, because sometimes students leave for financial reason. So we have actually been working with a foundation, trying to get textbooks and things for our students.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one thing I do want to point out on the attrition rate is it doesn't show a downward spiral. It is actually staying consistent at that. So it doesn't spike attention from our NECs that there has been an abrupt change. And so that's something that our NECs do look at. We're at 25, 24, 20, and 25. That is a higher attrition rate. However, it's a stable, steady higher attrition rate. It doesn't indicate that there's something that is an unknown at the program. So NECs are aware of that first semester rule, that if they fail first semester, they're out of the program. They don't get to repeat. They don't get to go on. So there is an awareness of why this attrition rate is high, but there is also an awareness why this attrition rate is a stable attrition rate and a reason behind that, and does not raise a bunch of red flags with our NECs that this has to be addressed immediately, because it's not indicating a change or something that is highlighting it. So definitely something that our NECs watch, definitely something that the program's aware of, but we also are aware of that one rule of first semester, one failure, and you're out of the program. So something that the school cannot, the nursing program cannot address this specifically without changing that school policy.
We also, Tricia, don't have anything hard and fast in regulation or statute that says the BRN will not let you have an attrition rate over a certain amount. We don't have any threshold in so what we go by is what the chancellor's office uses, which is 15 or 16%, but that's just a guideline for us. Again, we pay attention, like Lori said, to changes, but we don't have anything that we can talk to them about it, but it's more of a consultant thing. We don't have any regulation to say you're not in compliance because your attrition's too high.
Thank you, Marianne. I appreciate that very much. And I guess all I would say is if the attrition rate is high, maybe this isn't a great time to be increasing enrollment. So that's kind of where I'm coming from in terms of just the balancing.
That's a very accurate statement. So typically, if we were seeing a high attrition rate, and that is what is in line with the chancellor's offices, if their attrition rate was greater than 16, at the last release that they said, they chose to put effort in there to increase their funding and structure at the school, and for resources to be able to work on the attrition rate instead of giving them money to grow. This, again, with this attrition rate, it's a stable attrition rate, and it's primarily due to that first semester policy, not because there is structural problems within that program. It is very common that a first semester nursing student enters without fully understanding what's going on. So again, when our NECs looked at that, and we're able to look at this, there was not a trend up. There was not a trend in NCLEX down. And that is something that we are able to look at with our board when considering enrollment numbers, is you guys can look at attrition rates, graduation rates, NCLEX rates, right? So you're doing the right thing, Tricia, absolutely taking that into consideration. We would not have brought this one forward if this was showing a trend down or a trend up. We would have worked with them. Obviously, a school could still say, I want to go forward, I want to be in front of the board, but our board then at that point could say, we're not going to approve you. And so that is an option that you guys can do. But I wanted to let you know that our NECs were aware of this. They looked into this, and the reason that they came up to in agreement that the attrition was high is that first semester policy.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questions, Savita.
So
I'm willing to make a motion.
Thank you,
Okay,
Tricia.
Tricia.
So I move that recommend that we accept the enrollment increase for approved pre-licensure nursing programs, Los Angeles Southwest College Associate Degree Program. The proposed enrollment is 40 students twice a year, which is an increase of 20 students annually.
I will
I'll-
second that.
Thank you. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I will take it to a vote. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Tricia Wynn.
Win, yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our next agenda item, which is 6.2.7. This is discussion and possible action regarding the request for an enrollment increase for an approved pre-licensure nursing program. This is Arizona College Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Program. The information on this program can be found starting on page 34 in the packet. And board moderator, if you could please elevate the presenters on the list for Arizona College. I just want to mention there's Arizona College is on twice and they're two separate groups. So we need the one for enrollment increase first. Arizona College is requesting an enrollment increase in Region 7. They currently admit 30 students twice a year, and they'd like to go to 40 students twice a year. This would be an increase of 20 students annually. The growth data information for Region 7 is on page 136. And the academic collaboration data starts on page 138. They have an
Mary,
executive, yes,
I have different numbers on the AIS.
different numbers on the
On the
AIS.
AIS, it says they're going 60 students 3 times a year instead of 2. And so an increase of 60 students annually. Is the AIS?
Well, let's ask Debbie.
Okay.
And because I took my stuff from the materials that are posted. However, you know, I could have put it wrong. Alice, Julie,
So Alice or
Debbie.
Debbie, if any of you guys can come on for Julie. On our agenda item summary, it says you're asking to go from 40 students 3 times a year to 60 students 3 times a year, which is an increase of 60 students, so 20 each one. I just want to confirm that that is accurate.
Yes, Loretta, this is Julie Jordan. That is correct.
Awesome.
So could you repeat it for me, Julie? You want 60 students twice a year?
3.
3
Three
times
times a year. 3 times.
60 students 3 times a year. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So we're increasing annually by 40 students.
60
students.
60 students. Yeah, 20, 40, 60. So 20 students each enrollment, and they enroll 3 times.
3 times a year. Correct.
Thank you for clarifying. I have added that to my notes.
The materials on our web are correct. So I just wanted to make sure that was not what I heard. And so I just wanted to make sure that the materials were correct. And if not, we would adjust it. Thank you.
So the growth data for Region 7 is on 136, and the academic collaboration on that form we've been talking about is on 138. And they have also submitted an executive summary, which starts on page 153. As we see, our representatives are here if you have specific questions. Thank you.
So I see 2 years really of data.
Correct. Typically, when we're doing an enrollment increase, we do ask for 5 years of
Yeah.
data. What this school is new, and so we only have 2 years of data.
They
What's
were approved in
concerning,
2021.
yeah, is the school elevated?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, they are.
I just need to move over on my. Is this Miss Jordan?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hi, I'm Dolores.
Hi, Dolores.
So looking at your NCLEX, so your NCLEX on your first year, 100% on 11 students, that's wonderful. My concern is the second year. You dropped quite a bit, at least by 15% in your NCLEX scores, and your attrition rate looks like it's 21.2% or 24-25. Is that correct?
So thank you for bringing up the attrition rate. We noticed an error in our executive summary. I did send a message to my NEC this morning. It looks like the attrition rate included our entire program, which was the GE courses. In our nursing core classes, our attrition over that last academic year is average 4.2.
Okay, so let me jump in here real quick because I have to make some clarifications here, Julie, and I'm sure if you've been watching at the board meetings, this is an important data point for us to take into consideration. Do you offer any other degree programs in Arizona College?
No.
Okay, so then your general education coursework being not tied to any other degree option is your nursing coursework. And so that is why we will look at all of it. In 1426, which is our curriculum, we dictate 58 units for an associate degree. I know you guys are not an associate degree, but 58 of those units does cover English, communications, related behavioral sciences, your micro, your A&P, et cetera. So that is part of our purview when a program does not have another degree granting option that they can transfer those students into. So your GEs, because they are GEs that are only for your nursing BSN program, is our attrition rate that we will look at. If you had another degree granting program and say they took GEs at yours and you were able to say, hey, they didn't make it into nursing, but we're putting them into a bachelor's in public health, and then you were able to show that, then we would not count that because those GEs would be pre-nursing and not nursing. So with your program not offering any other options, they're enrolling in your program to go to nursing. That is why they're in your program. That's what they're expecting. And that's why they're taking GEs at your school, is to go into nursing. So that is the attrition. So your attrition that is being reported is exactly how we would expect it to be reporting. We would not separate it out because you do not have another degree granting option.
Understood.
No problem. Sorry about that. I know it's confusing to some, but that is how the BRN looks at it. Just like another thing, we look at on-time completion. We know that Title IV talks about time and a half. So if you're a 3-year program, you have 4.5 years to finish, and that's what you guys turn in. We look at 3-year program, 3 years. So if you have student A, B, and C, we expect student A, B, and C to be finished in 3 years. If they're not, that's where we count our attrition. So a lot of times our attrition rate that we look at is higher than what Title IV funding attrition rate is, because they give you time and a half and we only give you 100% on time. So again, attrition rate that the BRN looks at is a little bit different than what you would normally expect. And I totally get that there might be some confusion, but your attrition rate in our mind when our board looks at it, will take into consideration that you do not have another degree granting. And the reason they go to Arizona is only for nursing. And so their expectation as a consumer, which is where we come in this consumer protection, is that they plan to go to your school to get a nursing degree. They're not getting a nursing degree. They're not just taking GEs to go someplace else or transfer them out. They're taking GEs at your program to get the degree that you offer, and that is in nursing.
Thank you.
So,
Dolores, please go ahead. My comments are being perfectly illustrated by your comments. So I'm just going to keep.
I'm just going to
piggybacking.
make one more statement, and you're free to go, Trish, after that. There's just not enough historical data here for me to approve an increase of 60 students annually. Because that first year you had 11 students, 100% passed the NCLEX. That's great. The second year, there was quite a drop. And we only have 2 years worth of data. And I understand that you feel you need to grow. However, this lack of historical data with the attrition rates and the NCLEX pass scores both show a decline in your second year. And again, we're only looking at 2 more years. The one thing that I noticed in your AIS that I'd like to commend you on is your employment placement. You had 100% for, it looks like the first year. Do you have a percentage for your second year on employment?
Yes, 85.19%.
Okay. All right. And I love seeing that. I love seeing the employment placement that is happening. So, but other than that, Tricia, do you have something else you need to say?
You know, we've had maybe 5, maybe 6 that we've already looked at today. Everybody asking for an increase of 20 with high scores, with, you know, high, you know, degrees of, you know, retaining students. And this just seems too much too fast based on what we can look at. So I'm really not prepared to see, you know, a 60 student increase, basically a 30% increase on a school that really doesn't have a track record. So that's kind of where I am right now.
So I'm gonna jump in really quick. There are options, and so obviously on the slide it says recommend or do not recommend. What we've done historically is defer taking action on this. This allows them to come back with additional information. And so if you guys are leaning at not recommending, I would actually recommend you don't say do not recommend, right? Unless that is something that you want to be firm on, and say do not recommend, and then they would have to start this application process over in the future. If you guys are wanting more data in 5 months, we should get another year of data. If you think 1 more year of data would suffice, they could come back at the end of this year with that increased data. If you're looking at 2 more years, you could ask them to defer to potentially July of next year or August of next year, the next board meeting following that. That would give you 2 more years of data, with only having them wait out for just, you know, a year and a half instead of 2 years, because we're about ready to get a fiscal, an academic year update in 5 months. So if you guys are looking at data, you can do a deferment for the next data point, or if you're looking at 2 years of data, if that's where you guys are really wanting to do, you can do a deferment to 2027 after the June 31st data release and verification. Completely up to you guys. That allows for a school to not have to pay another enrollment increase request. It allows them to keep this option open and move forward when that data comes in. We've done that in the past with like ACC. I believe ACC was asking for an increase, and we wanted more data, so that we asked for we deferred them to that. That would stay consistent with that. So just want to throw out those options. You do, however, have the option to say we do not recommend, and this is done and off the table, and they come back at a different point if they choose to. But I would ask you guys that if you guys are wanting more data to make this decision, knowing that those next 2 data points are relatively close, within 5 months to about a year and a half, that could be something you guys consider if you choose to defer this out to that point.
If
I'm
Loretta, if I
fine.
may, I'm sorry, if I may make a comment here, I'd like to answer the question about the NCLEX decline, if I'm able to do that.
Sure.
Respectively. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We identified last year, we had 11 students that were at risk. We immediately implemented a very targeted structure academic support system for these students. We provided them student achievement coaches, which addresses time management, study habits. We also got them in contact with an academic success coach, which helps develop individualized learning plans aligned with all the course outcomes. And we also have an NCLEX success specialist that provided targeted review of missed concepts, NCLEX style questions, and clinical judgment gaps. Unfortunately, at this time, those students chose to not follow the well-implemented plan that we had structured for them. They decided on their own to take NCLEX without being adequately prepared, and they were unsuccessful. I do want to note that those students did come back, followed that structure plan, and they did pass on their second attempt.
That's commendable that you put that into place. And I'm heartened to hear that they passed the second time, but we still have a lack of historical data. And I'm willing to do a deferment, vote for a deferment for 2 years. I think 2 years of data. I don't know. We could check with the rest of the committee.
We'll have 1 additional year of data at the August ELC meeting. We'll have 2 additional years of data at the August 27 ELC. If you guys are wanting 1 year, it'd be this August ELC. If you're wanting 2 years, it'll be at the next August ELC. One thing I do want to point out here is that our board looks at first-time NCLEX pass rates. That's our standard that we look at. So we don't look at whether or not it's their second time. We are grateful that they passed on their second time, but our board does not take that into consideration. Our board does consider the first-time test taker. One of the comments that I do want to make sure that we put out there that is very clear is, although we do have an expectation that there are student success, that there's resources, that you guys at the academic institutions do support your students to be able to take and pass the NCLEX, our law speaks to the curriculum. And our curriculum is specifically designed to ensure that they are successful, and our review and our approval is based on preparing them to be able to be successful. And so when you have to look at additional resources on to get the student there and prepare that, although I appreciate that and take that into consideration, that actually goes against what our original kind of overriding purpose is. And so when we as a board look at initial approval and our ongoing continuing approval, I'm just going to pull up a document here that really just kind of explains this. And so I want to make sure that we have an understanding of this here. So this is in our Nursing Education Workforce Advisory Committee materials shared out in June of 2025. And it says there are 2 types of nursing education program approvals that our board does: initial approval of a new program before they open for enrollment, and ongoing monitoring and continued approval of existing programs. The purpose of an initial approval is to ensure that the program comprehensively covers the knowledge and skills needed for licensure and safe practice. So that is an initial program approval. We do that by looking at their curriculum, looking at their setup. This review also evaluates the program's ability to support the student from enrollment to graduation by ensuring that the program has the proper resources. Based on this review process, an enrollment number is granted. The process for continued approval of an established program is based upon monitoring of program performance outcomes and continued compliance with BRN statute and regulations. If an approved nursing program wishes to grow its student population, it may present its request to the board. When considering such request, the board is permitted to review the program outcomes such as licensing examination pass rates, graduation and retention rates, and any verified complaints received. These indicators are used to evaluate the quality of the program to ensure that they are continuing to graduate students who are prepared to practice safely as new graduate nurses. Once the program's quality is established, the board will consider the request to grow the enrollment of the program and will consider factors such as adequacy of resources, the availability of clinical placements, and the impact to other currently approved nursing programs in the geographic area. That here is really the important point that I want to put forward. Our initial approval is to ensure that that school has the ability to graduate competent nurses that will be licensed. That is a big deal, and that means passing that NCLEX pass rate on the first NCLEX test on the first time through. We also have that requirement that those resources are part of that. So thank you for adding those resources. Thank you for doing that. However, our expectation is that's kind of built in. And so when there is a dip like this and students do not take you up on that offer, the question comes into play on whether or not those students had the expectation that their coursework that they received outside of that supplement was enough. So we're hoping that it is. You know, those are always over and above, but we don't want them to rely on the over and above to be successful. We want your curriculum and your faculty and your original support steps to be adequate in nature to have the students successfully complete. You are above our non-compliance route, right? So you're still above 75. That's fantastic. For accreditors, they require 80. So you're still above that. I think what our board is sharing here is that they're concerned with a 15% drop and a almost 10% increase in attrition. And so they just need to see your numbers stabilize and be able to ensure that there's not continued dropping, because right now with minimum data that we have, it doesn't demonstrate that it's stable yet. So up to the committee here to say whether or not they want them this August or next August to come back.
What do you think, Dolores? I'm with you. I would like to see a year or 2 years more for a 30% increase. The other thing I'm concerned about, especially with attrition, is that you're signing up kids. This is an expensive program. If they drop out of the program, they still owe the money, and we're saying, yeah, go ahead and bring more students in when we're not really confident that they're going to get what they need out of this program.
For me, I would like 2 more years of data.
Hang on.
Who said hang on?
So in your motion, are you guys making a motion to defer action on this enrollment increase and have them return in August of 2027? Is that your ask instead of 26?
Yes, so moved. You just said it.
Second.
Are we, excuse me, this is Julie Jordan again. Are we looking at August of 26, which is what we're requesting graciously?
August of 27, I believe.
The motion was just for August of 27. They did consider 26, and our board committee has recommended to go to August of 27 so they can get 2 years of data versus 1 year. Our typical ask is for a 5-year data. They're doing this on a 4-year data at that point for you guys instead of a 5-year. And so
I appreciate that.
Thank you. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
Ita, can I clarify who the first and second was, please?
I
for the
believe
motion?
I believe Dolores was the first and Trisha was second.
Is that
Yes.
correct, ladies? Thank
Yes.
you.
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Sherry Henderson would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Great. This may be irrelevant at this point with the 2-year return, but I would like to point out that I'm with San Joaquin Valley College, Carrington College in Ontario. I'm the program director for the RN program. We were not included on the academic collaboration form, and we also utilize some of the same clinical sites such as Totally Kids, St. Bernardine's, and Riverside Community Hospital. Over the last couple of years, especially after COVID, sites have decreased their numbers that they will accept from, like an example, a facility that used to take 10 students will now only take 6 to 8 students. So the capacity to place students has dwindled. And also with not necessarily displacement, but we've been shifted where we used to have nights or weekends and days, we're now shifted to nights, and or our numbers have decreased. So the potential to place students has decreased over the last couple of years, and I'm concerned with increasing enrollments in the area. Thank you.
Appreciate your feedback, Sherry. What school were you from again? I'm sorry, I missed that first part.
That's okay. San Joaquin Valley College, Carrington College in Ontario specifically, but I am the program director for Ontario, Rancho Mirage, and Visalia.
Appreciate that. And so the program administrators from Arizona College, please take note of that those were left off of the collaboration form. And if you can please reach out so that you can have an accurate collaboration form when you do come back in front of us that does depict the programs that are using the same clinical sites that you guys are using. On your collaboration form, like where Brookdale, Anaheim, Corona, Monrovia, it does say that no other schools are using those sites. That's an easy thing for our board to look at and evaluate. But if they're looking at Total Kids, rehab, and like this school is saying they're utilizing this too, what's in front of us is that it's just Stanbridge and CSU. And so that is important that you do reach out to Totally Kids Rehab, try to get the amount of all of them. If you are utilizing a consortium, so it does look like there is an Inland Empire Health Education Consortium that you get the data from them if you're not able to get it from a facility as well, so that you guys can really update this collaboration form to make sure that all of the academic programs that would be affected by the growth in this area are taken into consideration. We don't expect a 50-mile reach out for program enrollment increase. That is for a campus. That is not for a new campus, that is not for an increase. And so you don't have to do a 50-mile reach out. You can, obviously, but what we do ask for you to do is that if you are growing in specific clinical sites in alignment with 1427, that you take into consideration the impact of at least one clinical group. And so by doing that, you do have to know the other academic institutions that are using it. So thank you, Shuri, for letting our board as well as Arizona College know that you guys are utilizing some of the same facilities, and we really encourage you guys to do some collaboration for the future, coming back and returning to our board with not only updated NCLEX and attrition data, hopefully showing that this has stabilized and you guys are doing well, but also an updated collaborative form that does outline all of the other programs that are using the sites that you plan to grow in. Thank you.
Lori, this is Alice. Can I make a comment on behalf of Arizona College?
Absolutely.
We did in completing the academic collaboration form, and we thank Sherry for sharing that information with us. Holy Kids and many other institutions that are listed there, they did not want to share the schools who are attending clinicals at their site. They did not want to share that information. That's the reason why only a few schools are listed, because of the communication that we had, or colleagues that we are familiar who have expressed to us that they did use those sites, and we have connected with them to make sure that they are not impacted in the request for enrollment increase. In addition, the Inland Empire Consortium does not oversee clinical placement, which is very different than other consortiums that we were able to use clinical placement systems in order to not displace each other as a school or nursing program. So I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Thank you, Allison. And that goes right into kind of what our board has always said is we would love to have a statewide consortium that has a regional focus, that has consistent data and consistent processes throughout. We are aware that some of the consortiums function to ensure that there's no displacement. We also are aware that other consortiums that people are membership of do not work in that manner. And so that is one of the issues that we've highlighted and have asked for statewide consortium with regional data. The other thing that I did want to point out, just to the public that are on this call, this is what our public comment is about. We are not indicating that Arizona put forth incorrect information to our board. You put forth the information that you had available to you, and we appreciate that. Because we do offer this up to public comment, we do hope that nursing programs that see a discrepancy or have any additional information step forward, and Cherie did, and we appreciate that. And the only thing that we ask at this point is that you guys, given that new information, go out and do some further collaborative efforts. That's it. We're not saying that you guys tried to deliberately deceive or give misinformation or not. We are aware that some of the facilities are not being as transparent as we would like to be. So again, with this being a committee and making recommendations to the board, if we were to have the solid data that our board committee members felt comfortable to move forward with and say that this was brought forward in public comment, the next step would be still to ask you guys to do that collaboration with the program that stepped forward, so that by the time it went in front of the board, we would have that updated collaborative information. So continue to do the collaboration, and we will continue to wait on additional numbers to show that your 15% drop and 10%, almost 10% increase stabilize. And if that stabilizes and we have documentation to do that, our board will consider your growth at that point. So thank you guys again.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take it to a vote. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo?
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
And Trisha Wynn?
Wynn, yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We're moving to the next section, which is agenda items 6.3. This section is a school that was here previously for a feasibility was approved, and now they're here for their initial self-study. So this is the discussion and possible action regarding a request to grant initial approval of a new pre-licensure nursing program. This is California Nurses Educational Institute Associate Degree Nursing Program. The information on this program can be found starting on page 160. And board moderator, if you could please elevate the presenters for California Nurses Education. This program has submitted an initial self-study for a new ADN program in Rancho Mirage, which is Region 7. Their feasibility was approved by the board in August of 2025, meeting an enrollment of 40 generic students each spring and 50 advanced placement students each summer, totaling 90 students per year. Their growth in data, information, and their academic collaboration both were completed during the feasibility phase when they were approved. So they don't need to do that again for us today. So you won't see that, but you will see their executive summary, which starts on page 162.
So
The
the purpose of
representatives
the
are-
self-study is just to say that they met our rules and regulations. This is very similar to what we do as a consent agenda item at the very beginning of the meeting as part of the table, where the NEC goes out and says they've met all of our rules and regulations. They bring it forward in front of you guys, and you guys say you guys vote them through as a consent. And so this is a similar process, not identical, similar, because we did have to do this, which will then grant them initial program enrollment. So you guys have already approved it. This just allows them to enroll students.
And again, we don't bring them forward unless they're in full compliance with all the rules and regulations in order to begin a new program.
Well, I mean, I think we've already approved this
Yeah.
and the NEC has already gone out and looked and made sure that they've done everything according to what we've done. So I'm prepared to make a motion to recommend granting this.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so I recommend that we grant initial approval of a new pre-licensure program, California Nurses Educational Institute Associate Degree Program, with an enrollment pattern of 40 generic ADN students each spring and 50 advanced placement students each summer, totaling 90 students per year, to begin instruction in summer, May 2026.
Do we have a second?
I can second that.
Thank you,
This
Dolores.
is Dolores Trujillo.
Okay, then BRN moderator, would you take it to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for a comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Sherry Henderson would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Sherry, are you able to unmute?
Sherry, I know that you've made public comment in the past. We are not able to hear you. We're not seeing that you're coming off mute either. It might be hidden behind a pop-up. However, I do want to make sure that the board committee members are aware and the public is aware that this feasibility was already accepted and we're just checking to make sure that they're in compliance. So we would not be taken into consideration as the enrollment numbers were not requested to change from the August 2025 board meeting a few months back. That would be where that discussion about clinical displacement and such would have occurred. But you guys have given the school the go ahead and they are now ready to enroll students. And so if this is a comment about that they're not in compliance with something that we're requested, that would be appropriate. But if it's clinically, they're not asking for a change in enrollment. The enrollment that they were granted an enrollment number in August, and that enrollment number stands. They're not asking for an increase. And so pending.
Thank you. Sorry, I was finally
that.
able to unmute.
Wonderful.
I think that,
Sherry.
yeah, again, Sherry Henderson, SJVC Carrington, Visalia, Rancho Mirage in Ontario. yeah, I realize that this is already past where I would make comment about the clinical placement shortages that we're experiencing, but I also would like to extend my name to CNEI so that I can collaborate with them with the Rancho Mirage campus and clinical placement so that we continue to work together to not displace students and to provide opportunity.
Appreciate that, Sherry. Thank you. And CNAI, you're on there. Please, please reach out and do that collaboration. Really appreciate your guys' work on making these clinical placements possible without displacing current students. Appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no other requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take it to a vote. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo?
Trujillo votes yes.
And Tricia Nguyen?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to agenda item 6.0 and 6.4. This is another section now. We're looking at feasibilities. So 6.4.1, discussion and possible action regarding a request to grant acceptance of a feasibility study for a new pre-licensure nursing program. The first one is Unitech College, baccalaureate degree nursing program. They're proposing a feasibility for a secondary site in Ontario. Information on this program can be found starting on page 170 in the packet. And board moderator, if you could please elevate the presenters on the list for Unitech College. Unitech College has submitted a feasibility requesting approval of an alternate pre-licensure BSN program in Ontario, California. Ontario is in Region 3, the Inland Empire. The enrollment request for this alternate campus is 40 students 3 times a year for an annual enrollment of 120 students. The growth data information for Region 3 starts on page 172, and the academic collaboration they've done is on starts on page 174. Each program has an executive summary written by them, and this starts on page 187. The representatives are here should you have specific questions. Thank you.
I'm happy to start with a few comments that I have. I know Unitech has been here before, and we were not happy with, their first choice, which was in a, heavily impacted area. We asked them to look somewhere else, but it seems like they've gone to another highly impacted area. So just reading our staff material, over the last 6 years, we've increased enrollment at schools, 2,200 new students. Plus we did 120 today, I think. And we've just deferred one in the same area with 60 students. It just seems like it's a very tough place to be bringing in a lot of new students. And I didn't think the collaboration form was particularly helpful. I mean, just emailing the schools and then saying, well, we just didn't hear back, just doesn't give us enough information to make a decision like this, where we're, basically approving a school, a new school in a highly impacted area. And, of course, there will be enrollment increases asked for, kind of moving forward. So I'm uncomfortable with this report, but I'm, open to the conversation.
Can I comment on that, President Trujillo, please?
Yes.
Sure.
First of all, I think there is a mix-up between us and another school. We never came in front of the board, and we were asked to move to another area to get approved.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a mistake, because we always come to the board with full compliance with the board regulatory and instructions, and we get approved for the programs that we request to partner with the community in need, especially in the Central Valley, which is the most impacted area. And that's where most of our partnership, it's the school in the box model that the board actually complemented last time, that we have a model that we go to hospitals and create programs within the community to strengthen the community. So that's one fact. The other fact, I think the deferral for the school before us was to the lack of track record of 5 years or 4 years of NCLEX and completion. And Unitech have like a track record of NCLEX. The most recent is 89.55, according to Dr. McCarthy's report. And we have like 5 years of excellent pass rates. That's one fact, because that's what the reason was to defer that Arizona College enrollment increase. Now, regarding the placement academic collaboration form, we have sent 105 emails since July last year. We had 18 ADB forms. We had 5 meetings with schools, and the notes that Dr. McCarthy put at the far right side of the form indicates the meetings we had with the Western University, with many examples of schools that we had meeting with them, and we worked with them on any areas that they feel there's a concern, and if there is any concern. We looked at making sure we're in compliance with the ADB I-1, which is looking at the forms, the ADB-1, to see if there is any school that using the specific unit, the specific shift, and worked with those schools to find out a workaround the, their clinical. We have secured so far 33 clinical affiliation agreements. 8 of those are hospitals in the region. So I think if you look at the notes and read all the comments that Dr. McCarthy wrote, you will see a lot of meetings, a lot of collaboration. Myself emailed, in addition to my dean, emailed all the deans, the assistant dean, the associate deans. And with that, we reached 65 programs over 50 miles, which is not required. We should have been just doing the ones on the ADB, but we did beyond that. So I think there's a mix-up between us and another school. We have a great NCLEX. We always partner with the community. We're always in compliance with the board regs. And we work well with Dr. McCarthy in making sure we never, bring anything to the board unless it's best and standard and meets all the requirements. And I appreciate your
Ms. Fields,
feedback.
I'd like to apologize. I got you confused with another school. It's getting late in the day, and so I'd
Okay.
like to apologize for you.
No
Thank
worries.
you.
I appreciate you. I know, we want to work with schools, and we're just in the visibility study, and we reached out to 65 programs, and we're open for collaboration with any school that wants to meet with us. And we're always I sent email July last year for schools. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to jump in really quick.
Oh, go ahead.
It does look like, Tricia had the wrong school, and that's totally acceptable. I do want to point out on the collaboration form, and that was stated, is that you are able to see at the beginning of the form where they have Rancho Bellagio post-acute. They did meet with Riverside City College and no concerns were identified. Riverwalk post-acute, they met with Riverside, no concerns identified. So you go down to Totally Kids. Now Cherie came in comment saying that she was not part of Totally Kids, and it looks like she was missed on this as well. So she is part of Totally Kids. We do ask that you guys reach out and continue that collaboration. It does show that you met with Dean Lopez and that you guys will use different times and dates to ensure that there's no clinical displacement with Western University. So this is a very thorough collaboration document. It does show towards the end of the document on page, starting on page 184 and 185, that you're using a lot of sites where there's no other schools even on those sites. And so you're absolutely not having any impact on those. And so thank you guys for reaching out and looking at clinical sites to ensure that there's no additional impact. My only concern, and then I'll turn it over to you, Dolores, as well, is just I want to call attention to maybe a concern in your executive summary. And so this here is where we have made this statement on top of the executive summary where it says the information contained in this executive summary was provided by the approved nursing programs and represents the program statements and assertions. It does not reflect the views, positions, and opinion of the Board of Registered Nursing. It has not been independently verified or fact-checked by the board. One of the statements that are in this executive summary that I just want to make sure that people are very aware of is that the West Coast University enrollment increase. It was brought in front of our board as a West Coast University enrollment increase. We do count that as an increase, even though we had them roll back their numbers. When we're looking at data, and we started specifically tracking data from 2018 forward, and the numbers that West Coast University had that were approved by our board were much lower than the numbers that we granted them when they came back in front of our board. So we do still consider that growth. And we do not consider that an enrollment decrease. And so how that was identified in your executive summary left a little kind of ambiguity, I think, and I wanted to make sure to point that out. As far as our data that is being reported, it is an enrollment increase because the numbers that we were tracking and we were utilizing for any workforce projection were based on the data that we had in 2018 that had a different, much smaller enrollment number. And so we did an enrollment increase. Yes, we did roll them back a little bit to come to some kind of an agreement where our board felt comfortable moving forward with, but it is not a decrease in enrollment. It is an increase in enrollment, and that is how we are presenting it. So I just wanted to make sure you guys are kind of putting that data forward in a different light.
Sure.
That is not in alignment with BRN's data. So I did want to point that out. And then it does look like, Dolores, you did have some comments. So I do want to turn this over to you.
That's fine. It's just a broad comment. It seems that schools are wanting to grow into Ontario now. I just want to put a message out to the schools that want to expand. We really need schools in the rural areas. And if you can accomplish that, that would be wonderful because we have students, prospective students there that would love to go into nursing. So just
Can I comment?
Broad comment.
Can I comment that, President Trujillo? We would love to hear hear from the board any recommendation in areas that you would like us to reach to hospitals and partners, since we have that model where we go to hospital and partner like Sierra, Kuya, Community, but in all that San Joaquin region. And we have a model that works where we have small cohorts for hospital needs that we can place. And thank you, Ms. Loretta, for the comment. We apologize for that, and we'll correct our data. And the other thing I want to mention that Ms. Sherry, we have communication with Ms. Henderson, and myself and Janet, our dean, have emailed her multiple times, and she emailed us back, and we're planning meetings.
Wonderful, thank you.
Can I just add one thing too? When it came to Totally Kids, that was not on our information that came from that site. So we were unaware that that was a shared site. So we definitely make a concerted effort anytime we know it to reach out to our other colleagues out there so that we can partner with them to make sure everyone's successful with placing students. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just to kind of add some additional input based on Board President Trujillo's statement on looking for rural collaboration. We have communication with the Hospital Council for Northern and Central California. They are always reaching out. They're always trying to find out what it would take to have schools grow in their areas. So I would recommend that you please reach out to the Hospital Council for Northern and Central California. That would be helpful. I would love to say that I have a contact for you. I have an old contact. It was T. Abram. He recently retired, so he is not the contact anymore. So I don't have a specific contact, but that entire kind of northern central
Sure.
California, the northern Sierra section is always looking for schools. We did just improve a new school, Lassen Community College, located in Susanville. So fantastic. We're getting that one up and going. I know in Kern County, Saracosa College has been approved in their feasibility. We're waiting to open there as soon as they can get their self-study up and going. I know that in Susanville, they just had their first graduating cohort. So it is starting. We are starting to see some growth into those northern Sierra kind of areas that are really needing schools. One thing I want to make sure that everybody knows in our public that you don't have to have a physical location in that site. So you guys can have a campus location that is not in those areas, and you can facilitate the clinical education that is the requirement for us at the board to have direct inpatient, not inpatient, but direct care clinical hours. I want to make sure that that's clear, that we're not saying they all have to be in hospitals. So you don't have to be inpatient. That was an error in my speech. So with that, you are able to partner with the ones and twos because, of course, the populations are small. The hospitals can only accommodate smaller areas, smaller clinical sizes in those areas. So if you're not looking at making a complete investment going into that area and setting up a brand new campus, we would like for our schools to consider opening up, making clinical contracts in there that would be able to allow the students that are living in those areas to be able to do clinicals in those areas and maybe do a hybrid model for your theory components. Or we've also had, and you guys were one of the schools where you guys ship your faculty to that area and use like a conference room at a hospital site to be able to put the in-person didactic together. So anything that we can do to get service out to our rural areas so that the people that are out there that live there that we know will work there have the ability to attend a nursing program, that would be fantastic. So thank you for bringing that up, Dolores. I second that 100%. I'm always out there championing for the rural locations. So any school that's interested to do that, please reach out. We're happy to have conversations.
And Ms. Melody, we will reach out, we'll look for their contact and we'll find them and talk to them. We actually published our model in an AONL journal that talks exactly about what you described. Our model is, we call it school in a box concept, where we go into hospitals and placing programs on their premises. Thank you.
This is Jovita. That sounds great. Dolores, thank you for opening that, this conversation. What committee members, what do we want to do? Because Ontario is.
I don't have a problem with recommendation.
Okay. I still am a little bit concerned of, bringing another school into an area that we have really expanded enormously over the last several years. But I'm not gonna block it either, so.
Okay. If you are seriously concerned, right now they're doing 40 students 3 times a year for 120. You could look at 30 students 3 times a year. That would drop it down to 90. I don't know if that would be an issue. There are other options we can do other than deferring or adjusting. But if you guys are okay with going forward with 43 times a year, that is what the school is asking for. That is what their budget is set on and their resources were evaluated on.
Can I comment on that, Ms. Melody? Because I know we always try to follow exactly what the board tell us. In October, Education Committee, you mentioned that instead of going off on impacted area, we have to look at the clinical collaboration and the effort the school did to collaborate with schools and collect data based on the ADB form and follow that at 100% compliance. And that's what exactly we did. So I think we are, if we get deferred or anything like that, we will be the first school in coming to this region to be deferred or not really, as with the record of 5 years NCLEX, solid attrition, and excellent partnership with the community.
I know that our board committee members are taking into consideration that. I do want to make sure that we do note on the collaboration form that they did a great job of filling that out. Yes, you did a great job at following what we're asking you guys to do. You are filling that out. As part of filling that out, our board committee will take that into consideration, look at them. There are many things in there that does say we're still waiting response and active follow-up is in progress. So our board does have an ability to take that information into consideration and say, we want to wait till that follow-up is completed. They don't have to, but they can. And so it does still identify that there's still additional collaboration. If our board had concerns, they could do that based on what that data is representing. They could also have further conversation with you guys here and hear additional public comment. If we hear additional public comment that doesn't align with the data here, we will have the ability to make a motion that would request additional information based on anything that comes up in public comment. So that is an option as well. I'm not saying that our board will take that, but I want to make sure that that process is very clear and that it is noted. The other thing that could be done is, because there are several clinical placements in here that have identified that there's no impact, they could have a conversation with you that says, you're asking for 40 students 3 times a year. We do have a lot of clinical placements that are not impacted. What would the appropriate enrollment number be to, if you only utilized those placements and not the other placements that have potential impact? So our board could make a motion that said, we recommend 30 students 3 times a year instead of 40, right? Based on the data that is presented in this clinical form. So they have the ability to do it. They haven't done it yet. So I do want to put that out there, that this collaboration document is done very well. There are still some areas in there that are not, like ironclad and completely firm. So our board can make a motion based on trusting that this is going to move forward and it will work out. And we do see the collaboration, or our board could take that into consideration and have additional conversation with you. We still do have to go out to public comment. They could also not make a motion right now and go out to public comment before making a motion if they had any reason to do that. So I do want to let you guys know that our committee does still have the ability to make changes, make recommendations that are maybe not in alignment with what the school is requesting, but we will have the conversation with you. Thank you.
So
Could I just add to the board? Oh, sorry, Dr. Yosef. I just want the committee to be aware of, I know it looks like a lot of emails went out, but I also made a lot of personal phone calls and left voicemails with my personal cell phone. So we all know it's kind of hard sometimes to get people's phone numbers, because you'll get the answering service for the university itself. But we did make every attempt to have personal one-on-one dialogue with any of the other schools that there might have been some kind of overlap, or we had a shared site. Thank you for your time.
And our goal is to continue the conversation. To Ms. Melby's point, between now and the board meeting, we will close many of these meetings and conversations that we need to have. So definitely, this is just a start of collaboration. We have done a lot of collaboration and meetings, but we want to do more, because our goal is not to impact any students and to help our colleagues.
I would like to say 2 things. One, I would like to go to public comment first before we decide. And 2, President Yosef, do you track your students once they graduate? Do you track their employment numbers? Yes.
Our employment numbers, I'm looking at the board in front of me. Our placement is 233 out of 244 graduates. So our graduation rate, it's 93%.
Is that in 1 year or over what period of time?
2024. That's the academic year 2024 to 2025, because that's the most recent year that's closed.
Okay, I would like, just if the committee goes along with it, I would like to go to public comment first before we make a decision or do any motion.
I definitely, I'm with that. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment, please?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Priscilla Greco would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, this is Priscilla Greco from Pacific College. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi. Just for the record, we were looking at the collaboration form and we were left out for Totally Kids Hospital. As you know, it's very difficult to find pediatrics, and we are placed on Wednesdays. And this is something that we feel that we need to have additional collaboration. Ontario is very saturated, and I think this is something, definitely want to speak about. So I just wanted, for the record, I think looking at Ontario, adding a new school with 120 is just really going to impact a lot of the schools looking for pediatrics. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Sherry Henderson. Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to respond to that. We do apologize for that. That information was not provided to us by the site. So we certainly will reach out and collaborate with you.
Okay, thank you.
The board meeting, one of the schools is asking to.
Priscilla,
Yes, thank you.
mute, please.
I got it. Thank you for your comment. Sherry Henderson would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, this is Sherry Henderson again, San Joaquin Valley College, Carrington College in the Central Valley, Visalia, California, Rancho Mirage, and also Ontario, California, program director. A couple of things. I know that when the decisions are made for clinical placement, it's not always by the people who actually do the placement of the students. I was a clinical coordinator for many years. I've been with San Joaquin Valley College, Carrington for 20 years. We have indeed had some hiccups and have been impacted by clinical placement in the Central Valley, specifically with Unitech. Also, I have received 2 emails, one from Dr. Yosef and also from Janet, and I did respond to both of them about the clinical placement opportunities in the Inland Empire area, including Ontario, California, have been severely impacted already, and with new schools coming in and increased enrollments, that would be impacted even further in that area. We also utilize Telecare and Totally Kids, again, to places that are impacted already, and we scramble to get placement and secure our sites as is. So a new school coming into the area would impact our clinical placement even further. And we all want the same thing. We want students to have a solid, beneficial education so that they can take NCLEX and pass and become nurses with the school and education that they need to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no, excuse me, there are no other requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody snuck in there real quick. Alice
Okay.
Martinagara. Alice Martinagara would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to make a last minute comment. We appreciate Unitech College for their commitment to increase the nursing workforce in California. As a member of the Inland Empire Consortium, We request the board to add into their consideration, as mentioned in discussion, that the IE, especially the Ontario area, is a very saturated region with a total of about 26 pre-licensure programs in Region 7 already. So thank you for listening to my public comment.
Thank you for your comment.
Can I comment on that, please? Since we are not an approved program in the region, we are unable to join the consortium, but we are members of all the consortium in the areas that we have schools currently. And we look forward to partner with the consortium and look at how can we provide the, the quality and the diversity of clinical experience for our students. For the comment regarding to the PEDS, we have a partner at Dignity Community Hospital that have a pediatric unit that we can always plan to use instead of the facility that was mentioned in one of our colleagues. And we also working with Kaiser partnership. It's with legal team for review, the partnership that would open for us the ability to do more pediatrics with Kaiser Permanente. So again, it's start of conversation. We appreciate the feedback from our partner, our colleagues in the region, and we look forward to working with them.
You know, at this point, we've identified, at least in public comment, 3 different concerns, minimum. Lori, if we look at deferment until we receive better information on the collaborations, what are our options on that?
So right now we have a board meeting that is scheduled for next month. What typically happens if there is discrepancies at this point is you can defer to the board meeting and give them the next couple weeks to get this collaboration form as accurate as possible, have the reach outs if our program believes that they can do that in that time period. If not, we do have our next board meeting and our next ELC, and so you can defer out to that pending that. We've had both of those happen. Example, I think was like Samuel Merritt and stuff a year ago. And so those are things that we can do. We're not saying no, we're just deferring to get more on this collaboration form so that that decision can be made. To not cause a delay to this program, it would be best if this could be done by the board meeting, because then if the board meeting, everything is fine, they can get the approval and they can move forward, which is exactly where they would be at today if you guys had made a recommendation to move forward with it. Because the board, they still can't do anything until they go to board next month. So if they're able to get this collaboration document updated and corrected and deal with what we've heard today in public comment and come to a resolution, if that can be done in the next 2 weeks, because we do have a posting deadline, which is 2 weeks before the next board meeting, that can be done with no delay. The other option would be if the schools does not feel like they can get that collaborative agreement done, it could be just a conversation with school here, and we could delay it out to 1 additional ELC, which is 3 months from now, which would cause them a 3-month delay versus no delay. The other thing that is an option is if you guys are concerned about placement, you guys could look at this document, have more of a conversation on what that program enrollment could be, taking into the consideration year. If the 40 students 3 times a year with the outstanding concerns remain, there could be a decrease in that numbers that would then allow them to use the clinical placements that show no impact, that have not been brought up as a concern. And so that could be done too. We have many, many options here. It does not mean a denial. It means making a decision based on the data that's in front of us now, or deferring to the board and then having those same discussions that happen at the board meeting to allow them time to work on the collaboration form.
Can I comment on that, Ms. Malapi, please? So in public comment, there was only 2 schools that came forward with concern. The consortium is not a school, but we will
Yeah,
work with
I
the
understand
school.
that.
So the work with Pacific College and San Joaquin Valley, we will be happy to meet with them and get updated on the plan for using other facility that they're not using. So that way, by the board meeting, we will be ready to discuss and show evidence that we have done our due diligence.
One thing I do want to point out is, of the schools that did come forward, they did identify a specialty area, which is pediatrics. You do have other options in here for pediatrics, but it's 1 to 2 students, that kind of thing. So if pediatrics being a highly impacted kind of specialty area is the one of greatest concern, that does affect many. And so that is something that is of great concern to our board. If it was a med-surg site, you have many alternatives for med-surg. You have many alternatives for geriatrics. Those are not the impacted sites, but with this being a site that is specifically to pediatrics, that you guys plan to use 7 students through that on a Monday through Friday on a rotating basis, that's the majority of your students utilizing that site. And the Totally Kids is the one that was brought forward to us as being impacted. So that does, that would create a bottleneck in pediatrics, right? So yes, you're looking at it only as 1 to 2 students. We're looking at it as almost every student, minus maybe your LVN to RN step up, will be taking pediatrics, and will need to have a pediatric clinical placement that they can rely on, that would get them from enrollment to graduation with, 120 students on an annual basis needing a pediatric rotation. And that's the one that was identified. So if that's something that you guys are able to work out, and that's something that can be demonstrated by the next board meeting, I'm sure that our board committee would be happy to hear from you. But if come to the next board meeting and pediatrics is still an issue and you don't have alternative sites, then a plan needs to be discussed about pediatrics in that area and how that's going to be accommodated, because that would be a bottleneck. So I know you look at it as only 2 schools,
No.
sorry. We look
I
at it as a highly impacted specialty area that does affect every student in your program if you were to be allowed to grow in there. And that's our consumer protection. That's the part that we have to look at, is will a student enrolling on day 1 be able to complete and graduate by meeting all of the content requirements that we have. So thank you for that. And our board president, Trujillo, you could defer to the board and allow them a chance. And if at the board they're not able to demonstrate that at the board, you have an ability to accept, decrease, or defer out at that point as well.
Yeah, I would like to defer to the board.
Okay.
Hopefully in 2 weeks, or 2 weeks, right, Lori?
2 weeks
they
is
can
when
tighten
we
up
need
some
to
of that.
drop dead. Yeah, 2 weeks is we have a drop dead. We have a posting deadline, and so we have to have data that is done. And so working specifically on the collaborative form, working specifically to get more information to finalize these areas that are uncertain, and asking the program to have a plan that if you guys are not able to get this collaboration form showing that there is no impact, especially in those specialty areas, your psych, your OB, peds, if that's what's coming forward, what would be your plan on utilizing the sites that you have that have no impact? It may be adjusting the enrollment numbers to get an approval in this area, but have no impact on the other schools that are already in that area, hearing that it is greatly impacted already. So thank you guys for your collaboration. Thank you guys for hearing this. This is not a no. This is, we need more data. And so we look forward to hearing from you guys at the board. So we do have a motion on there. Did Dolores, you did the motion. Did we get a second?
Hold on. So
Thank you.
I can close the Q&A, right?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lori, do
Okay,
we have to go back to public comments since we did that
public
already?
comment's been done, so we have a motion and a second. We just need a vote.
Thank you. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo
Trujillo votes yes.
and Trisha Wynn.
Win, yes.
Motion
Can I
carries.
ask who the second was, please?
It
I
was, I believe,
Win.
Trisha.
Win,
Trisha
yeah.
Wynn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the next agenda item, 6.4.2.
Could we maybe just take a 5-minute bio break?
Yes, definitely. So 2:45, guys. We'll come back. 5-minute bio break. See you guys back at 2:45.
Thank you.
Jovita, your camera is on. Are you able to turn your camera off while you're moving around the facility, please?
Thank you. I didn't notice I didn't turn it off. Thanks.
You're welcome. No problem.
We are back from, oh, sorry. We are back from our break. And Lori, do we do a quick roll call?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Jovita Dominguez present. President Trujillo. Trisha Wynn.
Win here.
Dr. McCarthy.
I'm here.
And E.O. Melby.
I'm here as well.
And Reza Peshuhesh.
I'm here.
We're just waiting for President Trujillo, I believe. Hold on. Yeah. So should we just go ahead?
We can. We have quorum. I
quorum,
will
yeah.
reach out to her and see if there's any issues.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I just saw her name blip.
Who are we talking about?
You.
You.
There you
She's here.
go. And we're just doing roll call. President Trujillo?
That's Trujillo present.
Okay, we're all here.
All right, moving on to agenda item 6.4.2. This is discussion and possible action regarding a request to grant acceptance of a feasibility study for a new pre-licensure nursing program. This is Arizona College Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Program for a site in Stockton, California. Information on this program can be found starting on page 193 in your packet. And board moderator, if you could please elevate the presenters on the list for Arizona College. Arizona College initially submitted a feasibility study for approval in April of 2025 for a new campus located in Rancho Cordova in Sacramento County, Region 1. The board deferred taking action on the request to provide the program an opportunity to provide additional information on resources and the impact the new campus would have at that location. Arizona College is returning today with a different location for a new program in Stockton, California, which is in northern San Joaquin County, Region 4. The enrollment request for this program is 48 students 3 times a year, every fall, spring, and summer, for a total enrollment of 144 students annually. The growth data information for Region 4 starts on page 196, and the academic collaboration data starts on page 197. They have also written an executive summary that starts on page 203. And we have program representatives here should you have specific questions. Thank you.
You know, a lot of this, we had prior discussion on previously in this meeting on your enrollment increases. Personally, I feel at this time, I cannot recommend acceptance of this feasibility study. I would like to hear what my other committee members feel, and I would also like to hear from public comment.
I believe that isn't Stockton getting is that at a point where it's getting I'm sorry, I'm lacking the word.
Impacted?
Yes.
I think more of the concern is the lack of historical data on their last request for enrollment increase for me.
Yeah,
and then this is a brand new campus, I understand.
They're requesting, yes.
When they were here last time requesting, they had 100% pass rates, right? So we have additional data from deferring that out. And that was what you guys had shared as being a concern right now. To answer the question, Jovita, about impaction, again, we're looking at impaction, but we're really focusing on this collaboration form. right? Can a school grow in an area that is impacted? We've had that happen today. We've had that happen today by showing that they're able to realign their clinical groups, that they're able to absorb it, that various things are able to occur that in the area that does allow for a modest growth in an impacted area. So I haven't heard that Stockton is overly impacted yet. I do know that as Sacramento area and stuff like that is kind of growing, that people are starting to go south. And so we will start to see that, I'm sure. But I'm really asking that our committee members focus on these collaborative agreements, look at them, and if schools are able to find a way to grow without having any negative effect on the community around them, after they're able to show that the program is a not at-risk program, I would like you guys to consider that. Thank you.
Well, I agree with the chair that this is a school that really should make sure its ducks are in a row before it starts to expand. And on the collaboration form, you know, a number of the schools that are in Stockton really had a lot of negative comments about being able to absorb more students. So I really took that to heart.
Can I speak? Could I have a few minutes to possibly address the board? I would very respectfully like to address a few things. First of all, I don't want to revisit Ontario because this is a separate campus proposal, but I do want to address one thing that I wasn't able to get off mute earlier and say. We realize there's this decrease, but one of the conversations was around having resources from the start and having a very supportive environment. And that is who we are at all of our campuses. We have successful programs across the country. And we work so hard with these students that we know require a little more TLC, a little more support. And so we work so hard to make sure that happens. And I think possibly that it was misinterpreted that the students were at fault for, or would put the actions into place after the students were unsuccessful, which was absolutely not the place. It's from day one, those support services are there. So pausing on that for a minute, last May we were asked to find a new location. Somewhere that wasn't impacted, but we had two really important things in mind. One was Tenet Health is a strong partner of ours across the country, and we wanted to maintain that. They want to do a dedicated cohort with us. We're still in the works on what that looks like, but we wanted to be sure that we were still to where we could work with that organization and do our dedicated cohorts. And I'll tell you, one of the comments that come up from our clinical partners, they love to work with us because our students come from the community, they stay in the community. They don't come from outside California or other places of California, use up a clinical spot and then move away. They stay, they have deep roots in the community. So we really wanted to work around that. So Stockton, one of the reasons we chose Stockton is for several reasons. There's a lot of remote area that comes in there. And I heard Loretta talking earlier about collaborating with those more rural areas. And we would be able to do a lot of that, you know, to have students in the remote areas, because typically they're only sitting in the classroom a couple of days a week. So those are all opportunities. And the other piece was this, we had very strong clinical partnerships that nobody else is using. The Brookdales, there's no one else in there. So we only overlap in just a few spots out of our 17 clinical partners. There are 7 that do some overlapping, but if you look carefully at our sheet, we're taking days that other people aren't taking. We're taking nights, we're taking weekends that the facilities attested to us that they're not using at that time. So we are really good partners when we're in the community. We want to work together. There's enough space for all of us to put the nurses out there that need to be out there. And we do give a very quality program to our students. And even though y'all are seeing a dip at Ontario, we're still well above expectations in the NCLEX. And so I just want to address those areas first, and then I'll open to your all's questions that you might have for me.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. I've stated what I think about this feasibility approval, and I have concerns, but I would hope to go out to public comment also.
Thank you. I do want
I'm open to public comment. I'm sorry.
Go for it. Thank you. Jovita, we can go to public comment, but I do want to jump in really quick and just kind of provide some clarification again. The statement that says we're above the requirement for NCLEX, that's a separate requirement. So I just want to make sure that I'm continually just kind of putting that out there, that we have a requirement that is, it says that you're actually like breaking the law. You're not in compliance with what our requirement is. And that's where it's less than 75%. That's not what our board is looking at right now. If you were less than 75%, you would not be brought forward for an enrollment and growth. You would never be in front of our board. So our board will never look at a school that has a pass rate less than 75% because they would not have a continued approval from our board. So they would not be currently operating as a continued approved program. They would be in a deferred status, or they would be on a warning status with intent to remove programmatic approval. Earlier in our committee meeting today, there were schools that were not in compliance. They did not receive a continuing approval from our board. Our board deferred taking action on the continued approval status and had them returned to us. So the statement that we get a lot from our schools that misunderstand what we're looking at for enrollment increase says that we're in compliance. Yes, you are in compliance. You wouldn't be in front of our board if you were not in compliance. That 75% pass rate says you're in compliance. The 75% pass rate is not what our board looks at. Our board is able to look at the graduation data, attrition data. They're also able to look at the pass rate data and look for trends. They're able to look at complaints that have been verified. They're able to look at all of those prior to moving on to see how it's going to affect the greater community around and looking at whether or not you have the resources to support. So our board is required to look at the data to determine the risk of any growth to that school. So I want to make sure I continue to put that education out there. I know that the school believes that as long as they're above 75, that is good enough. That means that you're not breaking the law. Great, thank you, awesome. That means you're allowed to come forward. That means that you are able to be considered, but just a reminder, if you have a less than 75% pass rate, you would not be in front of our board at this point, and they would not be considering you for any kind of enrollment increase. When you're in front of our board, they're going to look at trends specifically over the last 5 years. That is what is on all of our forms. They're going to look at that. They're going to try to make a determination that shows that this program is not an at-risk program, and it is a program that they can feel good to be able to allow for the growth to occur, and that is done based on metrics. One of the rates that is not reported on yours is graduation rates. We pull that data from BPPE. When I pulled the data from BPPE to look at your graduation rates, they're all asterisks, they're all blank, right? And that's because you're a new program, so we don't have that data. So that's what our board has been saying, is they don't have the data that they need to be able to make the determination. So that's the sticking point. And then to take it back from when you guys were in front of us before and we said to look at a different location, the data that was in front of us at that point showed 100% pass rate. The data that we have today shows a 15% decrease. We don't have a trend because we don't know if it's going to stay at a 15% decrease or if it's going to go back up to 100%. We just don't have that data. And that's where our board is our board committee here is kind of hung up on. So thank you for hearing that. Thank you for allowing me to continue to provide that education and reiterate that out there. We will get it at some point, I promise. Everybody will understand the difference between the 75 being a non-compliance and what the board looks at for enrollment. I'm confident with that. And at that point, Jovita, if you want to go to public comment, that's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, for helping with that too. BRN moderator, would you take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Amanda Sakota would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, my name is Amanda Sakota, and thank you for the opportunity to give a comment here. I'm faculty with San Joaquin Delta College, located in Stockton, California, which is a dense urban and suburban area. In my role as simulation coordinator, I'm aware of clinical displacements in real time, and as a clinical instructor, I'm at the bedside when we're trying to manage multiple schools and cohorts all at once. As we are all aware, clinical sites are not unlimited resources, and this proposed expansion from a school who does not have any established roots in this area risks displacing students from established California programs and institutions, and we are deeply invested in this region's workforce, community, and healthcare systems. While increasing access and expansion to nursing education is vital to the health of Stockton and the San Joaquin Valley, growth that outpaces available placements jeopardizes our educational quality, burdens on our healthcare partners, and ultimately impacts patient safety and all students' experiences. My opposition to this proposal comes from a place of being born and raised in Stockton, having had the opportunity to receive my pre-licensure and advanced education through public institutions, and recognizing the essential role that our local institutions provide in our community's commitment to safe patient care and innovative actions tailored specifically to our community. For these reasons, I strongly oppose the proposal for Arizona College of Nursing to open a satellite campus in Stockton to protect the integrity and stability of nursing education in our region. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Sarah Schweitzer would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Sarah, if you have many windows open, it's just a small window that says unmute me, and it's sometimes hidden behind another window that's open. Okay, I'll come back to Sarah. Patty Hall would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Okay, Patty, again, it's just a small window, and it hides behind. If you've got a lot of windows open, it will be there. Okay, I'll come back to Patty. Delta College Stockton. Jerry, I'm sorry, I can't see the whole thing there. Hold on here. It looks like Jerry Hines would like to speak.
Good afternoon, President Trujillo, EO Melby, and members of the board. I am Jerry Hinayan. I am the director of the nursing program at San Joaquin Delta College. I would like to respectfully express concern regarding the proposed enrollment increase and alternate site that's going to be established in Stockton. You will hear from some of my colleagues, and I will echo their analysis of our regions who will express similar concerns such as mine. While expanding nursing education is important, approval must be carefully weighed against regional capacity. Our area already faces significant competition for clinical placements across hospitals and community agencies, even among ourselves. The nursing schools that will be you will be hearing in a little bit. The most impacted specialty areas are OB, PEDS, and mental health. Adding 144 students annually in the region may further strain already limited clinical sites in these high-demand specialties, as well as available qualified faculty resources. Sustainable expansion requires verified clinical agreements, sufficient prepared faculty, and clear evidence that the consumer, the students, outcomes, and patient safety will not be compromised. Growth should not outpace the region's ability to provide high-quality, compliant clinical education. We are aware that there are many qualified applicants in our region seeking admission. However, as existing programs that have been here for a long time, we carefully balance our enrollment decisions with the actual capacity of our hospital partners to provide safe and compliant clinical placements, which we understand well through our long-standing partnerships with them. I respectfully ask the board to carefully evaluate our regional clinical capacity before approving this request. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Ray Charles would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. And I will come back to those of you that I tried earlier. I will come back. Ray, it's a small window that says unmute me, and you also have to have your mic or a way to speak. So if your computer does not have a mic, you won't be able to. I'll come back to you.
Did I get it?
Wait. Oh, there you are. Sorry. One more time. You had it. There you go.
Okay. So I will introduce myself. My name is Ray Charis. I'm one of the associate professors at the University of Pacific entry-level master's program, located both in Sacramento and Stockton. I want to echo the other people that have commented in that we are very challenged to get clinical placements. Being an entry-level master's program, we still require all the pre-licensure clinical space, and we are very creative in using all different types of clinical placement, including simulation, including outpatient areas, including other things. In addition to our partners there at San Joaquin Delta College, we also require public health placement, and that is also very challenged. We are very attached to our community. I was born and raised in Stockton. I was the chief nurse executive at St. Joseph's Medical Center for many years. Even at that point, in that experience, we were always challenged for clinical placements. Maybe some of these facilities are saying that they don't use some of those other times, but they don't give them to us either. So many times we have said, we'll come 24 hours a day, anytime. We'll come on the weekends, and oftentimes those clinical placements just don't work for the facilities. And so we don't have those available. In addition, we are concerned in this case that there was inaccurate representation on the community response form. Our director was contacted and did say that they were not supportive, and that's not what is reflected on the community. I think it was that they did not get an answer, but the answer was we were not supportive of having a new program start in this area. We do use the surrounding areas, as was pointed out. There is a lot of rural surrounding areas. We use those for our public health and for small placements, but those small hospitals do not want to give large clinical groups that are usually required to get through the prerequisites for our pre-licensure program.
So I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk about this, and would like you to know that we really believe that our community cannot have 144 more students coming in each year.
Thank you. Board moderator, before you go on to the next public comments, I just want to kind of reset really quick a little bit here. Consistent with what was shared with Unitech, the last school that came forward, schools can grow in impacted areas as long as they're able to show that they have the clinical placements to support that without a negative effect on the community. There are several, I understand that we're looking at Arizona differently because they're really concerned about the data and the metrics of the quality of the program at this point. We're waiting to see that. So I'm not talking about Arizona specific, but I want to make sure that as we are going through this public comment that we do have to understand that even though it might be an area or a regional impaction, that if a school is able to demonstrate that they are able to grow without having a negative effect, where they have the resources to support, that our board is considering that by looking at the collaboration form. If what is being shared is that the collaboration form is incorrect or does not fully capture what was discussed, please, we ask you guys to do your due diligence to update those forms and have that accurately represented. So thank you guys for saying that, you know, we met with them and that wasn't maybe displayed or didn't carry that same description. But we cannot make a no growth policy for a region. We have to look at what the data is, what the resources are there. So if a school is able to show, and so like what Arizona has, I'm just going to use it as an example here. They've got Brookdale, and all of those show that there's no other schools using it, so there's no impact. Central California Child Developmental Service, they say no other school is using it, there's no impact. Community Action Partners of Kern and Early Head Start San Joaquin and Doctors Hospital, sorry, not Doctors Hospital, but it stops at that one, show that no other programs are utilizing those sites. If a program is able to find sites similar to that throughout the area that does not have another program using it, we as a board cannot make a blanket no growth policy for a region that is impacted, because they're able to clearly identify that there are some clinical sites there that can be utilized. So please, when reviewing this, I'm asking our board committee to really take a look at all of these collaboration forms. If they're asking for a number that is higher than what the collaboration demonstrates that they can manage with no impact, then the recommendation would be look at altering the enrollment numbers and having that discussion. But the people that are coming into public comment, if you notice that you're on this collab form and you notice that it's incorrect, please continue to let us know. We want the school to be aware. We want the school to be able to collaborate with you guys to be able to come in and get that accurate information out there. So thank you again for pointing that out. Thank you for sharing that the data that is on this collaboration form needs updated. I'm sure our school is willing to do that as they continue to work forward on that. So thank you for that. Back to public comment. Thank you for taking a minute to let me interrupt, and we'll go back to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Wendy Matthew would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm the director for the CSU Stanislaus School of Nursing, and I would like to comment as I have had interactions with Arizona last year. I would just like to emphasize what my colleagues are stating, and the fact that Stockton already has established nursing programs that provide our community with accessible pathways for this profession, right? And so we're all here to kind of to support that growth and to support that community partnerships that we already have. We do have a clinical placement issue. We also have a qualified faculty issue, and we already have established partnerships with our healthcare organizations. So bringing another program really risks straining the very infrastructure that we have built our nursing education programs on already. When I had the opportunity to meet with representatives from Arizona, we were told that they would take places that did not impact us and that they would be using students or accepting students that our program would not allow into our program, which both comments I think are inaccurate. We have a more holistic admission process now that does allow more room for students to be coming into our program, as well as the fact of what Ray, I want to emphasize what Ray had also shared, that they are finding clinical placements or sites that we have been told no to. So it's not that we wouldn't use them if we could, we've just been told no. I respectfully urge the decision makers here to carefully consider the impact this will have on our clinical placements, our faculty availability, and the long-term workforce sustainability as we move forward. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comment. Lisa Lucchese would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Lisa, if you see the small window, just unmute me. You only have to press it once. You don't double click on it. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Lucchese. I'm the Dean of the Health Science Department at San Joaquin Delta College. I'm here with fellow colleagues and part of our region, and we are here to respectfully oppose the addition of the Arizona College of Nursing in Stockton region. As mentioned before, our region faces significant limitations in available clinical placement sites. Existing programs are working diligently to secure and maintain our placements for our current students. The introduction of another nursing program would further strain these limited resources and raises serious concerns about the potential displacement of students who are already enrolled and progressing towards completion. We are also working hard to train and retain local talent. We developed the HOPE program specifically to meet the workforce needs of our region and create accessible pathways for the students in our community. Adding an expensive out-of-state private institution to our area does not align with the needs of our local workforce or the students that we serve. The BRN recently approved another private school in our region, and our concern continues regarding clinical impaction. While we've submitted a modest and nominal increase in enrollment to responsibly meet the workforce demand, we strongly oppose the approval of an additional nursing school in our region. The enrollment request presented here would equal our school size and would likely impact our region. It's difficult to understand how they could place 144 students in our region in what I could see on the form as limited sites when it takes our school at least 7 acute care facilities to meet the demand of our 150 students. I respectfully urge the board to consider the cumulative impact of these decisions and prioritize stability, quality clinical training, and the success of our students already enrolled in our programs. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Lindsay Anderson would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. My name is Lindsay Anderson. I teach with Dr. Charos at University of Pacific, and I appreciate all of the comments that others have shared here today. I know that the primary discussion today is not about whether we're impacted or whether they're, I understand that's not what the board is aiming to achieve, but I did want to add, as others have, about the volume of clinical sites that are needed, and I wanted to highlight specifically pediatrics, which is a challenge in the Central Valley. There just are not a lot of beds where children are treated, and so I just want to highlight that as one particular area of concern when we consider adding new programs. So as Dr. Charos said, I respectfully request that this program not expand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, Sarah. So a small window is going to pop up. just click on it one time. You don't have to double click. Sarah Schweitzer would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Oh, I saw it. Just click on the small window once. Unmute me. No?
If you're unable to mute, you were able to put into the comments that you would like to make a comment. If there's a short comment that you would like to add in there, we'd be happy to read it for you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Patty Hall. Sarah, go ahead and type in your, if it's short, go ahead and type it in. Patty Hall would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. And Patty, it's a small window, says unmute me, and you only have to press it once.
On our screen, there's a picture of what it looks like. It's a small box that says unmute yourself. You're being asked to unmute yourself, and you click on the unmute B button.
Yeah, just one time.
Again, if you're not able to come off mute, we will accept a written comment into the section, as we do know that you were able to say, I'd like to make a comment. So if you're able to do that, we'll read it aloud.
Do you want me to read Deborah Finn Romero's comment?
Yes, please. Yeah.
She asks, I would like clarity on the regional areas. The latest dashboard I can locate online indicates that Bay Area is Region 1, Greater Sacramento is Region 4. Is there a more up-to-date map available online? ?
No, there's multiple maps. So that's the discrepancy that we work with on a regular basis. I apologize for that. So our regional data is based on the census data. And so we do a comparison on our board website. It does show what areas we look at, and it's based on the consensus data, and it is in alignment with how DCA reports their regional data. In our UCSF report that we contract out, their regions are determined slightly different. We do report that out, but we do show that there is discrepancies between the census data that DCA uses to report by regions, and the various data regions that are used by our UCSF contract. So apologize for any confusion, but if you go to our website, you will see a table that clearly identifies the differences in that and how we utilize the data here at the Board of Registered Nursing.
Thank you. Nicoletta Bugnaria would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Nicoletta Bugnario. I'm the Dean of the School of Health Sciences at the University of the Pacific, the entry-level Master of Science in Nursing is collaborating with the other schools, Delta College, CSU Stanislaus. And I just want to add to the previous comments of clinical placement, and I echo those. My comment, it has to do with ensuring the students that are entering programs are supported for success. The proposed institution is a for-profit institution. The cost of this program is significantly higher than any of the other programs in the area. And in an environment where student loans are just through the roof and harder to come by, when a program comes in and will accept that number of students, 144, they will probably take students that otherwise may not be accepted in the other programs, but there is a reason for that. And we need to grow while protecting the students and while staying within the capacity of the region. So I respectfully request the board to not approve this new nursing program in our region.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. And just a really quick redirect for our committee and our public. Our board is aware of tuition prices, but that is not something that we are allowed to take into consideration for granting enrollment increase or decrease or anything to that effect. So we do have an awareness of tuition, but that is not something that is written in our law that we can take into consideration. So appreciate that feedback. Thank you for that. But again, not something that our board can consider.
Patty Hall, our comment is, my concern is also for the mental health placements that we are currently being impacted with.
Thank you. Were we able to get the other public comment? Were they able to do it?
Yes, she just stated it. I was waiting to see if there was a comment on that one. If not, I will go on to Sarah's.
If you could go on to Sarah's, that'd be great.
Okay, Sarah, I am Dean at the Stockton branch campus of Stan State. Arizona tried to enter Sacramento and are now trying to enter Stockton as their second site. This does not suggest a commitment to a region or a community, but rather a commitment to expansion of a private university with high tuition.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And again, our board cannot take into consideration private versus public, and they cannot take into consideration tuition. We do have to go off of what our law says that we can look at, and that is attrition, graduation, NCLEX rates, et cetera, and then whether or not the resources are available. So that is what our board committee is here doing today. But thank you guys for your feedback.
May I have another moment to address some of the comments?
That is up to our committee members, Patricia Wynn, Jovita Dominguez, Dolores Trujillo. Are you guys wanting to entertain further now that public comment is over, or do you guys want to move forward? It is up to you guys and how you want to manage this part of the meeting.
Be okay with, a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
and hold on, Debbie, hold on real quick here. Sorry. Last comment, and then Ray
okay.
Charles, I would just like to comment that Kern County is a long way from Stockton. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Debbie.
No, I apologize. I just want to address a couple of things, and then I'd like to make a request of the board, if I could. First of all, that very last comment about us changing locations and not be committed to a region, there could be nothing more untrue than that, because we were trying to serve the clinical partners that really desire a dedicated group with us. They've worked with us in other states. They know we provide great nurses to them that stay in their organization and work. So we were trying to stay around our partners with Tenet Health, which is Doctors of Manteca and Doctors of Modesto. So we were trying to stay in that area. It wasn't hopping around. But outside of that, we have a significant number of clinical spots that are not connected to anyone. We would not displace anyone. And we are more than open to entertaining a lower number that accommodates our partners that really want us, that we're not displacing anyone, and that we give an opportunity to students, and most of all, give an opportunity to y'all to let us prove what a great program we are, because we are a good program that has a lot of resources for our students. And we provide employment opportunities in the area. We provide growth in the area because we have hundreds of faculty across the U.S. that very often, I'd say almost all of the time, faculty will move into new programs that we have and relocate. We also offer a really great mentoring program to our faculty for people that otherwise would possibly look away from education and stay, in the clinical role. So I just would I would beg of you all to entertain a lower number and consider that, because if you look at the sites that we have that are not impacting anyone, and I'll just stop there. I have some responses for many of the comments around collaboration, because I personally did not collaborate with Pacific. It could be that Carol last year, when we were looking at Sacramento, may have collaborated with them, but I personally have not, because I want to collaborate with everybody, and I'll come out and visit anyone that wants to sit down and talk with me.
Madam Chair, may I speak or share a few comments just to tag on to my colleague Debbie Long? I'm Jason Dunn, the Chief Academic Officer for the college, so I oversee all the academics for the organization. Really want to start with just saying thank you very much to the chair and the members of the board for your time and review and really thoughtful consideration of our application. Also appreciates the board's diligence and your need for further sufficient data to support a fully informed decision. And I really also appreciate the many comments today from our clinical partners in the area. And to Debbie's point, we want to work together collaboratively as we move forward. So just want to share that Arizona College remains confident in our strength and our stability and our academic integrity of our program model. And we've had consistent success from a regulatory compliance perspective to academic outcomes across the nation. So if the board is not at a point to grant approval during this meeting, we respectfully request consideration of a deferral to a future board meeting date. And a deferral would simply mean or provide the college with the opportunity to gain the additional data as discussed with our previous agenda item, and then any additional information, clarification, or data the board may find helpful. So please know we remain fully committed to continuous quality improvement, student success, and we're aligned completely with California BRN board's public protection mission. So I just want to say thank you so much and appreciate your guidance and direction.
Thank you for your comments. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no other requests for comments on the WebEx, and we have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, thank you. Committee members, what are your suggestions? Should we consider defer to the board or to the full board?
I'd be inclined to defer until we have more data.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
thing.
it sounds like.
Defer,
I'm sorry, Dolores, what'd you say?
Defer
Okay,
until
defer.
August 2027.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, then we will vote on that. I, Jovita Dominguez, votes yes. President Trujillo?
Is that an acceptable motion? Lori?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Trisha Wynn?
Wynn, yes.
Motion carries.
This is Reza. Just wanted to jump in real quick. We can leave it as is. I just wanted to make sure that the committee is kind of comfortable with where they left the school as far as what you want to see at the next board meeting. There may be a sufficient kind of understanding of it, or if you want to provide further clarification, that's fine.
Reza, we deferred until August of 2027 to get more data.
Yeah, to get more data.
What
Was it 27?
Yes.
They're thinking of August 2027 for more data is that's for the attrition rate, that's for graduation rates, and that's for NCLEX data. Because right now what it's showing is NCLEX is a 15% drop and attrition is about a 10% increase. And so we don't have any data to show that it's not going to continue to drop or if it's going to stabilize. So they're looking at that to allow for a enrollment increase once that data has been received and can be evaluated. But with only 2 years of data, and that shows a steep drop and a steep increase, it was something that they were saying that is not. They're not
Plus,
able
it's
to make.
reflective of what we did with the
Yep.
other Arizona. Same school, different.
Same school, same
One was
process.
an enrollment increase, one's a new campus, same concern.
And additionally, in this location, there was a lot of collaboration issues that were brought forward. And so we would like to see additional collaboration issues clarified when they do return.
Okay, so
Did
Dolores
we,
motioned, Tricia seconded. We
Already
all
did
vote.
public comment, so we just
Yep.
need a vote.
Yeah, we just voted. We all were
Unanimous.
unanimous, yes.
Okay, thank
Wonderful,
you.
thank you.
All
Reza,
right.
did we answer your question, or was that the answer to your question?
Yes, and I wasn't necessarily calling for anything, but yeah, I think Lori covered it on the attrition and the other data, and then as well as the collaboration with some of the folks that spoke up.
Okay. All right.
Agenda item 6.4.3, discussion and possible action regarding a request to grant acceptance of a feasibility study for a new pre-licensure program. This is San Diego State University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Program. They are asking for a secondary site consideration in Chula Vista. Information on this program can be found starting on page 209 of the packet. And board moderator, if you could please elevate the presenters on the list for San Diego State. San Diego State University submitted a feasibility study for approval to offer a new accelerated second BSN at an alternative site in Chula Vista, San Diego County, Region 10. The enrollment request for an alternate site is for 50 students to start in the fall for a total of 50 students annually. The growth data information for Region 10 is on page 212. The academic collaboration data starts on page 213, and the program wrote an executive summary and submitted it on page 218. Program representatives are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Additionally, there were supplemental materials that were posted from the schools that were listed in the collaboration document that shared their support. And so that is posted there as well.
The schools or the facilities? Or both, maybe
The
both.
schools. It was the schools.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, data looks good for me.
Yeah, I thought
They
this one.
collaborated. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I like their data. I like their numbers. I'm waiting to hear what either one of you want to say.
I
Same
have a
thing.
question.
I liked the numbers. I liked the collaboration. I mean, honestly, the collaboration was so helpful with this.
It was very
Of course,
good.
it helps to have a highly functioning consortium.
True.
I have a question for other committee members. Chula Vista, that's not a concern? I'm not very savvy on that area.
So Chula Vista is within San Diego. So San Diego is an impacted region. Absolutely. That is a concern. However, what was demonstrated today on the collaboration forum and the utilizing of the Nursing Education Consortium in that area is that they worked that out, and they worked out the ability to provide high quality clinical placements without having a negative effect on the other programs. And that was also demonstrated where the programs actually reached out and provided letters of support that are in the supplemental material saying that the programs in that area are supportive of this increase because of the collaboration that did occur.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
There are other letters in there that are not program specific. However, our board can only take into consideration the academic collaboration, not workforce, not that we have a mayor or a legislative representative that want to support it. We understand that, we hear that, but the board's ask is to look at the quality of the program and then the resources to support it, and that is what was done.
Thank you. So it sounds like we probably sound like we're going to recommend then. Are you guys okay
Yes.
with that?
Yeah, I have
All
no
right.
further questions.
Okay, so recommend acceptance of feasibility study for a new pre-licensure nursing program secondary campus in Chula Vista, requested by San Diego State University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Program with an enrollment pattern of 50 students each fall for a total annual enrollment of 50 students. Do
I'll
I have?
second that. Yeah.
Thank you, Tricia. BRN moderator, may we go to public comment? And thank you.
BRN moderator, if you're speaking, we're not able to hear you. We see the slide for public comment, but Mark, we're not able to hear you speak and give direction.
His battery ran out. I'm
Right.
just kidding. I don't know. We've been on for
We
a
still
while.
have one more committee meeting after this.
Yeah, he needs to save a little bit of energy for the next committee, or a lot more.
And then while we're waiting for our board moderator to be able to come off mute and speak, it is showing that he is still on mute, which is why I'm saying that. So hopefully he's able to come off mute and speak. Stanbridge, which is the next agenda item, will not be heard today. They are being deferred out to the next Education Licensing Committee meeting. So this will be our last agenda item, and then we will adjourn to follow. So as soon as our board moderator is able to come off mute, we will open up to public comment, receive the public comment, and then move on. I am sending a message out.
Can we do a 5-minute?
Yeah, we can. Well, let's come back
break?
at 3:45. Yeah, go ahead and take a bio break. 3:45. That'll give us time to figure
Can you
out
hear
what's
me
going
now?
on.
Oh,
Duh.
there
Can you
he
hear me?
is.
There
Yeah.
you are.
My
So,
headset died,
we
and I
can
was
have-
switching over while you guys were talking, and I didn't
Thank
know that
you.
the new headset wasn't connected until you guys started saying, "I can't hear you," but I
Can't
could
hear
still
you,
hear you
Mark.
guys.
I
I
hear you,
just
Mark.
couldn't say anything. That was
Sure.
wild.
Dolores,
Okay.
are you
Get out
okay?
to
if we
public
go?
comment. That'd be
No.
fantastic.
Well,
Yeah.
let's finish.
Here we go. We will be opening for public comment now. I will be activating the question and answer feature. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no in-person representation in BRNHQ. Would you like me to close this window?
Bobita, you're
Yes,
on
thank
mute.
you. Thank you. I just noticed that.
That's all right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will take it to a vote. Jovita Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
and Tricia Wynn.
Win, yes.
Motion carries. Dr. McCarthy, thank you very much. Everyone, thank you very much. And I believe this takes us to 7.0 adjournment. Thank you, everyone.
It does.
Thank
It does.
you.
And so thank you guys for this committee. You guys are able to jump off. Tricia, I'm going to ask you to stay on and be ready for our next committee.
Yep.
EIIC will start at 4 p.m. We're going to give our staff a 15-minute break so that we can get ready to start for 4 p.m. The agenda is relatively small and quick. We should be able to wrap up by 5. Thank you.